Hello and welcome. I've been streaming this. Unfortunately, I have this thing called a job, and I was not able to stream the first day. I've been interested in this Black Swan trial, and I know a lot of you have been with me and watching this, and kind of out of context, but we're going to go back, at least watch the day one here, at least watch the opening statements, and hopefully get caught up here. And I want to.
Any juror who violates these restrictions jeopardizes the fairness of these proceedings.
Want to have a complete
and a mistrial could result that would require
later.
the entire trial process to start over.
Welcome, Daniela.
Is a tremendous expense and inconvenience to the parties, the court, and the taxpayers. If you violate these rules, you may be held in contempt of court and face sanctions such as serving time in jail, paying a fine, or both.
Hey, Kel Marie. We're going to go watch the opening statements.
The defendant has the absolute right to remain silent. At no time is it the duty of a defendant to prove her innocence. From the exercise of a defendant's right to remain silent,
apparently they're
a
in
jury
Florida.
Is not permitted to draw
jury
any
instructions
inference
first.
of guilt, and the fact that a
just seems
defendant
weird.
did not take the witness stand must not influence your verdict in any manner whatsoever. The attorneys are trained in the rules of evidence and trial procedure, and it is their duty to make all objections they feel are proper. When an objection is made, rely on your memory.
Let's get through the jury
This
instructions.
case is about a woman
There we go.
who very early on in her pregnancy decided she wanted to be a single
Hello,
mother.
everyone.
And she did not want the father of this
Hi,
child
Lizette.
to have any visitation.
We're watching opening
Her husband.
statements.
And everything she did from that point on was to attain that goal. And she would stop at nothing to attain that goal. She tried several things in the system that you'll hear. The courts, law enforcement, Department of Children and Families, no one got on her side. And at the end, when there was no other option, she shoots him and kills him and claims self-defense. Now, this couple, Doug Benefield and Ashley Benefield,
It's actually
married.
interesting watching it
they had moved
after
to
we've
Florida
heard some of the testimony
from
and
South
evidence.
Carolina. They lived together in South Carolina. Now, when they lived down here in Florida in Bradenton, they did not live together. Obviously, there were issues. Doug Benefield lived in his own apartment.
Issues meaning his
Ashley Benefield lived with her
abuse.
mother, Alicia Byers, in a home with their daughter once she gave birth. She had this daughter who at the time was a toddler when she shot Doug. While they were living separate, they were still interacting with each other.
living separately.
With the goal, the apparent goal of seeking
Use
reconciliation.
an adverb there.
Reconciling this family and becoming a family.
Yes. Any
They
thoughts on her
were
day
going to
one outfit?
restaurants, They were going to Selby Gardens. They were hanging out at the pool at Doug Benefield's apartment complex. By all images, they looked like they were trying to reconcile. The problem was that is not what Ashley Benefield wanted. Although that's what she was portraying, that's not what she wanted. At the time that this shooting happened, they were planning to move to Maryland. Ashley's mother had inherited a home in Maryland, and they were going to move to Maryland.
You like that color?
Doug was
Cal?
also going to move to Maryland. They were going to continue to live separate and continue to attempt
Live
to
separately.
reconcile, but they were all going to move
Grammar
to Maryland
police
together.
here.
Excuse
Hey,
me.
Nigel.
At the time that this happened,
We're just
everybody
correcting
was in
the
moving mode. There were
prosecutor's
boxes
grammar.
everywhere, furniture, beds
She's not using
upended.
adverbs.
They had
properly.
a U-Haul that they were using together. They had a pod that was in the defendant's driveway that they were putting all of their things into. And every day around this time, Doug Benefield was going to Ashley's
Seems to be
home
the consensus.
to assist her in putting these things into the pod, putting these things into the U-Haul, because the plan was that they were all going to pack up in the next few days and move to Maryland. And it continued to try and work on their relationship. The problem
Kilmarie,
was
most
Ashley
people find
Benefield
that
knew
obnoxious.
that this was a ruse. She didn't intend to reconcile. She didn't intend to try to make this work. And the problem was there was a court hearing on September 30th of 2020. And at that court hearing,
Hey, Spork,
all
we're
of
going
this was
over
gonna come
opening
out.
statements here. We're going over day one.
It was going to come out that she was acting one way when she was by herself, and she was acting another way when she was with Doug Benefield.
But I don't know when she says they were living
That she
separate.
was telling him she wanted to work on things, that she wanted to get this marriage back together. But yet, when separate, she was saying she had absolutely no intention of reconciling, did not want him around, and did not want this to work. On the 30th of September, this was going to come out. On the 27th of September, she shoots him and kills him. 3 days before this hearing and 3 days before this information was to become public.
Got to catch up here.
Now, there was no one else at the house
Y'all going to be up to
at
speed
the
on Monday
time
morning.
of the shooting. It was just Doug and Ashley. While Ashley's mother and child lived there, they had gone to the park. As soon as Doug got to the house, Alicia Byers takes her granddaughter and they go to the park. So the only people at the house are the defendant and the victim. And you're going to hear three very important things about this shooting. Number one, Ashley Benefield was the only person that was armed. It was her gun. She had it from before. It's not like she took it away from Doug. It was her gun. And Doug Benefield was not armed. He had no gun, no knife, no club, no weapon of any kind. Number two, Ashley Benefield was not injured. Law enforcement took pictures of her right after the shooting. And then again, you'll hear in a few days, they took more pictures. Because sometimes law enforcement, they know that bruises sometimes don't show up right away, that it takes several days for these bruises to show up. So they took pictures several days later. And you'll see those pictures and you'll see that Ashley Benefield is not injured.
Yeah,
she has some very superficial scratches on her midsection. Who knows where they came from? She had cats in the house, but who knows? But this is the only injury.
Welcome, Fancy Pants.
And the third thing is the trajectory of the fatal bullet. Now, he was shot multiple times, but one of the bullets was fatal. The trajectory of that bullet was side to side. It was not straight on. Doug Benefield was not facing her, coming at her at the time that the fatal shot was fired. Now, as you go through this trial, it's a lot of information, a lot of timeline, but it's all very important to understand the tenor of this relationship between these two people. And it goes all the way back to when they met, back in 2016. That was the end of August 2016, they meet. They were both involved in some political event and they met. 13 days later, they married. Doug Benefield was 54 years old. Ashley Benefield was 24 years old. So there was a 30-year age gap between the two of them. They knew each other 13 days.
I haven't watched
and they
any
got
of it yet. I'll be honest. I haven't seen any Olympics.
Ashley Benefield was very into the ballet, had been an ex-dancer. Her dream was to start a ballet company. And lo and behold, her husband has the money and the connections to get this done. So he begins.
I know, 13 days. Why did it take so long? Am I right? Fancy
and
pants.
They do put a ballet company together. But before it can actually take off, it falls apart. Before they're married even a whole year, so in April of 2017, Doug Benefield has his vasectomy reversed because they want a child. Within weeks or months of the vasectomy reversal, the defendant is pregnant. So all within a year of being married, they have done a vasectomy reversal, gotten pregnant, started a ballet, and the ballet has crumbled. While Ashley is pregnant, she decides she's too sick from the pregnancy, morning sickness, and that she needs her mother to take care of her. Her mother's in Florida, in Bradenton, Florida. So during her pregnancy, she moves to Bradenton, Florida to live with her mother so her mother can take care of her during the sickness. The two never lived together again. This was the last time these two lived together. They continued a long distance relationship when she first moved to Florida and continued trying to keep it together in communication. But about the same time as the Ballet collapses, right about all of this time, Ashley Benefield starts complaints against the victim. Her complaints are things like, the main one was that Doug Benefield was poisoning her with heavy metals, and her unborn child was being poisoned, that there was poison in her tea, that he was giving her poison.
Oh, yes.
There were also other
Listen
complaints,
to Spork there.
domestic violence complaints,
Words of
different
wisdom.
types of
Thank you,
complaints, but not
Spork.
once will you hear that she ever said he hit her. Not once did she ever say he choked her, kicked her, anything like that. Even though she's making these complaints, the victim, Doug Benefield, is still trying to make this work. And you're going to see some text messages and hear some things. He's still trying to make this work. But she is having none of it. So at about the time that she's ready to give birth, Doug Benefield contacts an attorney here in Florida, Sarasota, Florida, Stephanie Murphy, and asks her to help. And asks her to help him write a letter to her, to Ashley Benefield, to state that he wants to be a part of the birth and he wants to be a part of this child's life, and to please keep in contact with
and thank you for liking and subscribing.
Ashley never answers that letter.
We need that sub count to keep
That letter
going
is
higher.
sent via email on March 15th of 2018, which was several weeks early. She wasn't due yet. And the next day, she is induced. Her pregnancy is induced, and she gives birth to a daughter. She never tells Doug. He doesn't even know his child is born for weeks. And she never responds to the letter. The way that Doug knows that this child is born is that Ashley Benefield starts filing complaints again. And based on these complaints, he figures out, oh, my child's born. And now we have more complaints.
Yes, there's another.
The
Almost as helpful
complaints
as
revolved around the
be sure to
poisoning
like
and the
this
things
video
that I
and
talked
live
about
stream.
earlier.
Don't sleep with crazy.
And she filed for what's called a violation of injunction, or I'm sorry, she filed for an injunction. An injunction is our legal way of saying restraining order. So when someone wants a restraining order, they have to go through a process and go to court, and the court has to decide, and you get a restraining order. So that was her process. She was trying to get a restraining order against Doug, and the allegations were what I said to you. At the same time, Doug Benefield had not seen his child, had not met his
She
child.
did, Katie. She had her gun
So
with
he
her.
did a cross complaint to say, please let me have contact with my child. I've never even met my child. So this was
Thank you, Grandma.
set for a hearing. And it ended up going 2 days. It was long. It was a long process, a lot of witnesses in family court. And it ended up going 2 days. It began in July 30th, 2018, and it finished on September 17th, 2018. And at the conclusion of that hearing, the judge said, no.
I got nothing.
No, you're
I got no good answers. Anyone want to weigh in on that?
Keep this man away from your child, from his child.
No.
And granted
no
Doug
inputs.
Benefield immediate visitation with his daughter. He met his daughter for the first time. She was 6 months old. And at the time when they were exchanging custody, which was at the sheriff's office for meeting the child, all of this animus had been going on. I mean, they had just had these hearings and all
honestly.
of this. And at that
I'm not
first
keeping any
time
secrets.
sharing, that's what they call it nowadays
Don't know
in
why.
family courts, time sharing. At the first time sharing,
nothing for ya.
Ashley starts becoming very nice to Doug and says, basically, I'll go with you for the visitation. And that's what they do. The family goes off for visitation. And that begins a year, approximately a year, of basically them working on the relationship, going out to restaurants, doing things, hanging out together as a family. About a year. Now, Doug never moves in with Ashley. He keeps a separate residence. But after August of 2010, Ashley just stops talking to him. And that time, Doug files.
Oh, come on.
Is that the defendant started off
The feed is like this on the.
with 5 different complaints, all revolving not around her this time, but about the child. Because it's visitation.
Not every
with the
female
child.
has some
now
level
he's
of crazy. Have you thought maybe
abusing
to
the
ratchet
child.
up the crazy? I mean, if that.
Actions are that Doug's abusing the child. What you'll hear is that not one of
Just
these
say,
charges was ever prosecuted.
It's like that episode of
Not one
Seinfeld, you know, where
these
George
were,
was like, my life is the
left
complete
alone.
opposite of what I intended. So Jerry says, well, if everything you think you have is
Now has
wrong,
tried these 5
maybe the opposite
after Doug
is
filed
right.
for a divorce. Law enforcement's not helping her.
Follow me for more tips and relationship
this.
advice.
Still visitation going on. And in meeting of all these people,
Yes, we need Griggsy here.
Benefield logical evaluation.
Tell us the allure
And they go to Dr.
of the crazy.
And Dr. Broder does a very extensive evaluation. Separately, he meets with the child. She's a little girl, and at the time of this, she's about not yet 2 years old.
Oh, I got plenty of. I could probably do better. Yeah, with Seinfeld episode
Ashley
wisdom
Benefield
than
acted very
mostly
different
legal advice.
when she was with Doug and when she was not with Doug. When she was with Doug, it was, we're moving to Maryland,
Come
we're
to
going
the
to
right
work on our
place.
relationship and try and make this family work. When she's not with Doug, she's saying, no, how I do not want that. I want to reconcile with him. And to Doug's knowledge, all he's hearing is want to reconcile. So that's what he knows. Was coming out on the 30th. September 30th, 2020, Ashley knew the ruse was up.
No, I'm not wearing the puffy shirt.
Now,
even with the low talker,
there had to be
talking me into it. I would not.
Request from both sides, the husband and the wife, this psychological report. And at one point before the hearing, Ashley Benefield tried to get Doug to drop that so the report would not get out, would not be released. Doug refused. So that report was coming out on the 30th, and on the 27th, she kills him and claims self-defense. Now, you're probably going to hear a lot of information about Doug Benefield. Probably some negative things, not so nice things. I would just ask you to remember who and why. Just because someone speaks words does not make it true. So use your common sense as you go through this trial. This is a long story with a lot of information, but you'll see that this was a custody battle that this mother was going to win at all costs. And the cost was the life of Doug Benefield. And that is murder. Thank you.
Mr. Taylor.
Okay, here we go. Wait. Just, okay. Maybe now the A-bot might get me, but I don't care. All right. You ready? And let's watch. Okay. Oh dear. Hang on. Here you go. This the episode in
Every
question.
decision I've ever made in my entire life has been wrong. My life is the complete opposite of everything I want it to be. Every instinct I have in every aspect of life, be it something to wear, something to eat, it's all been wrong. Everywhere.
Tuna on toast, coleslaw, cup of coffee.
Yeah.
No.
No, wait a minute. I always have tuna on toast. Nothing's ever worked out for me with tuna on toast. I want the complete opposite of tuna on toast. Chicken salad on rye, untoasted, with a side of potato salad and a cup of tea.
Well, there's no telling what can happen from this.
You know, chicken salad's not the opposite of tuna. Salmon's the opposite of tuna. Because salmon swim against the current, and the tuna swim with it.
So, oh, she looked at him. There you go.
George, you know that woman just looked at you.
So what? What am I supposed to do?
Go talk to her.
Elaine, bald men with no jobs and no money who live with their parents don't approach strange women.
All right. There you go. You get the idea, Cal. Here we go. Do the opposite. That's my advice there. Do the opposite. I'll probably get dinged, but we'll cut it out in the rebroadcast. It'll all work.
Judge Wright, may I request to put the blue screen down?
There you go. Best pickup line ever.
This is the divide between generations. I'm in the old school. I'd like to know that I have a picture and it's reliable. This is the new world. You rely on technology. I'm not sure that I'm a fan. All right, here we go. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is Douglas Benefield. He was 58 when Ashley Benefield was forced to shoot him. Can I see the second picture, please? I want you to note how he's built for a 58-year-old man. Now, despite being raised by a family who taught me that it was ill to speak about the dead in an unflattering sense, I'm going to have
they're
some
definitely
strong words about Douglas Benefield,
telling her to look
the alleged victim
plain Jane
in this case.
for this trial.
I say alleged victim because he was anything but that. The evidence is going to show that Douglas Benefield was a very disturbed man.
You want the opposite
Of that,
of tuna
I
on
assure
toast.
you'll have no doubt when the case is over. 30 years older than Ashley, he was obsessed with her. And he successfully portrayed himself as everything he was not in an effort to win her hand in marriage. Despite promoting
In 13
himself
days.
as a religious and decent human
Welcome,
being,
everyone.
Doug Benefield was a manipulative, cunning, and abusive man insisted, absolutely insisted on control. Among other things, you're going to learn during this trial that over the course of this 4-year relationship, Douglas Benefield did the following. He fired a handgun into the ceiling of their kitchen on an occasion to stop Ashley from talking. He threw a loaded gun at Ashley. He punched Doug in the face so hard that he knocked the dog unconscious. He regularly carried a concealed firearm that was racked, meaning pulled back and ready to fire. He unlawfully placed a tracker on Ashley Benefield's vehicle. He was regularly observed following Ashley Benefield in her car driving in Manatee and Sarasota counties, despite the fact that he was living in South Carolina, having driven all the way just to tail her. He was caught by a neighbor at night standing in the neighbor's backyard in an effort to peer into Ashley's house. He punched numerous holes in the drywall of their home when they lived together in South Carolina. And he had a previous marital history of domestic violence. Ashley Benefield was painfully aware of all of this on September 27th, 2020, the day of the homicide. And I want to assure you that this is not going to come to you from just one place. These are acts that were admitted by Douglas Benefield himself. Ashley Benefield feared him. That was no secret, ladies and gentlemen. She left him a letter when she moved out 3 years prior to the homicide, detailing how scared she was of him because of all of these acts.
Welcome, Melissa.
She feared for herself and for her unborn child. 3 years before the shooting. She left him. He pursued her. She rejected him. He would not take no for an answer. She at times despised him. He did not care. She moved to get away from him. He followed her. She decided to go to Maryland. Surprise. He decided to go to Maryland as well. She belonged to him. He had the right to be with her, and no less than God decided that to be the case. Doug Benefield viewed Ashley Benefield as his property. Abusers
see if he gets into that
seek to control their victims, to dominate them. At times, the pressure that Doug Benefield exerted and brought to bear upon Ashley Benefield was so overwhelming that it sometimes triggered questionable suspicions in Ashley's dedicated effort to protect herself and her child. Domestic violence victims have several things in common. Number one, they initially believe things will get better. Instead, they get worse. Number two, domestic violence victims develop a get along, go along attitude. It's the mentality because appeasement keeps the beast at bay. Just do what he wants and you'll be safe. These domestic violence victims constantly speak about walking on eggshells. And the reason they describe it like that is for fear of anything that they say may trigger a reprisal by the abuser. And if children are involved, everything is magnified. They become hyper-vigilant. Ashley Benefield developed all of those characteristics. So on 9/27/2020, the day of the homicide, Doug arrives at the residence of Ashley Benefield. And as you heard, they are living separately. He does not live there. He never resided.
Oh, good job. Did you hear him say
This
separately?
is at her home.
You hear that, prosecutor?
in
He used an
Bradenton.
adverb. Good job.
He had no claim for entering that home on that day, except with the permission of Ashley, which she gave on that day because she was moving to Maryland and Doug was going to Maryland as well. But he knew, make no mistake, as the prosecutors told you, Doug Benefield knew full well on that day that this relationship was over. They were not going to be living together. Maybe, hopefully, they could work out some type of co-parenting agreement, but she was done. So how does that day's events unfold? What happens that results in us all assembling here this morning? It starts, ladies and gentlemen, with Doug Benefield once again seeking control. He is simmering when he arrives at Ashley's home on that afternoon. Why is he simmering? He's on a slow boil, actually, because he knows that Ashley's moving. He knows that this relationship is over. And immediately there's a discussion about how they should pack the belongings, with Ashley taking the position that her belongings should be packed last. Why? Because Ashley
You gonna have Patrick Stewart play him in the
things are going to be unloaded
in
first.
the made-for-TV movie.
And Doug will then continue on to wherever it is that he was going to reside. So, this is the most vulnerable time for a domestic violence victim, when the abuser recognizes that he's about to lose her. So what's his response to this? All right, classic tactics of an abuser. They are threats.
Oh, Patrick
and
Stewart can do anything,
intimidation.
Michelle. Come
On
on.
this afternoon, as the
Of course
two
he
of them
can.
are trying to pack this U-Haul in this
Of
pod.
course he can.
In an effort to avoid confrontation with him, Ashley says, after a short while, gee, I'm really pretty exhausted. Why don't we stop for the day? We can finish tomorrow. Doug ignores it. His response is to grow increasingly aggressive and hostile. Not once, but twice, Doug body checks Ashley. And by body check, I mean he passes her in a hallway, slams his shoulder into her shoulder, almost knocking her over. That's not enough. The next thing is, as they're passing in a hallway, he's carrying a cardboard box. He jams the cardboard box into Ashley's side, which leaves scratches that the police photographer took. Again, now fearing for her safety because she sees how he is escalating in his behavior, she tries to persuade him, look, let's finish for the day. It's getting late. I'm tired. No go. Instead, Doug bellows, I know what you're doing. You're trying to get me to
Hi,
leave.
Colleen. Welcome.
I'm your husband.
We're watching
and
opening
I can
statements here
spend
from
the
day
night
one.
if I want to. Well, that was enough for Ashley. She heads for the front door of the house to leave. Doug chases up to her, grabs her by the arm or hand, and spins her around so that his back is to the front door, blocking her from leaving. And he yells right in her face, "Where do you think you're going?" Ashley, desperate at this point, Doug yells, "You can't leave me." Ashley somehow finds the strength to summon up the nerve to say, "I am done. You need to leave now." She commands him to leave the home. Terrified while in his grasp because he spun her around, his response is to smack her upside the head. And you'll see the pictures of her swollen face and her eye. And he yells, "I am not done." Fearing for her life, as this was the first time that he had actually struck her. Up till then, it was always threats and intimidation. As intimidating as firing a gun may be to get you to stop speaking, he had never actually hit her. He'd pushed her. This time he struck her. Terrified after this, fearing for her life, she heads for her bedroom where she has a firearm. She gets to the firearm. She turns around. She orders Doug to stop. When she looks up, he's in the doorway. Instead of seeing the gun and leaving,
Hi, Carla. Welcome.
Doug gets into this warrior pose with his arms moving purposely and advances. At that point, petrified, she fires, believing that if he gets a hold of her, she will be either seriously injured or killed. To her horror, after firing, he continues to advance. She absolutely panics. She tries to get away and backs to the side to create more distance between them, but there is no place left for her to go in this small bedroom. At that point, in utter panic, she keeps firing the gun. She sees Doug's legs go up in the air, almost as if he was running and slipped, and he falls backwards. Instinctively, she flees the house and heads next door to John Sant's house. He's a neighbor. When all is said and done, ladies and gentlemen, and the testimony and the evidence is complete, the only thing that's going to have been established here beyond a reasonable doubt is that Douglas Benefield was a violent abuser. Ashley Benefield's efforts to placate him was absolutely consistent with what abused women do, especially when a child is involved, and that Ashley's result and resource to deadly force was absolutely justified under the circumstances. Thank you.
All right. Well, there you have it.
Yes.
Both opening statements.
Are we done for this, for the presentation for now?
Yes.
Should we keep going to witnesses? Let's see. Here's the good thing, though. Since this already happened, we can just move it along here to, there you go.
I do. Sorry, follow me, please.
I know the downtime is where we have fun, but, you know.
Hello, sir. Judge. My name is Judge White. I'm going to be presiding over this case. Identify yourself. Chair, get about 12 to 15 inches from that microphone. It adjusts up, down, left, right, however you need it. Speaking of loud,
Yes, Carla.
voice will hear you.
That seems to be the consensus.
Good morning.
Good morning, Suzanne.
It's Patrick
Please state your
Stewart.
name.
Tommy
the defense attorney.
Douglas Benefield Jr.
Can you spell those?
Yes, ma'am. Tommie, middle name Douglas, Douglas.
Okay, who's going to play this
Last
guy,
name
though?
Benefield, Benefield Jr.
And what was your relationship to Doug?
I'm Doug's first.
How close and Doug?
Doug and I were completely attached, connected all the way through his adult life at varying times, semi-annually, certainly quarterly, though the whole entire adult life.
That's what you took from that?
And how are you employed?
Uh-huh.
I'm
That's what you
currently
took from that.
in Atlanta, Georgia.
This is more about you.
And I run a
than it does
flight
about
school.
me.
High school in Vero Beach, Florida, twice a week, full-time job.
But don't worry, I'll still chime in if I hear
And,
anyone use incorrect grammar. Oh, boy.
Yes, put me into the Navy. I was a Navy pilot off air, and Doug stayed with me in the months prior to him going into the Navy.
Fred
He went through
Glidden?
aviation officer candidate school, went
That's
through
this
flight
guy?
school.
He was
and
the
then
judge
flew
in My
for
Cousin
3
Vinny.
years and 2 deployments off aircraft carriers like I did. Same aircraft carrier, USS Nimitz, as a matter of fact.
okay. How old was Doug Benefield when he died?
All right, he was 5 years younger than me. I'm 68 now. That was 4 years ago. 64. He was 59, I believe.
Check out those math skills.
About how
Impressive.
tall was Doug?
5'9", 5'10"
Attorney,
at the
we can't do
most.
that.
Approximately how much did he weigh at the time?
My guess is 160, 165. He was slender and fairly small for a man.
Okay.
So this is the victim's cousin.
And before Doug moved to Florida, where did he live?
Before he moved.
Before he moved down
What's
here
he
to
been in?
Bradenton, Florida, where did he?
I thought maybe the
I'm
guy
sorry,
that was
I had to pick a year at that point. I'm
principal
sorry.
in Breakfast Club. But I'm
He
taking
has
that back.
he had a home all the way up until his death in Mount Pleasant, South Carolina, just north of Charleston.
So what has this actor been in,
701
Carla?
Preservation Place was the address.
We got to get the made-for-TV
And
movie
he
cast
lived
quickly.
at that address before
This-
moving to Bradenton, Florida,
for all
correct?
the,
Yes, ma'am. And then he rented the house out when he moved
Events
to
are still fresh.
Bradenton for visitation of their daughter.
Okay.
Yes, Calmarie, Fred Gwynn has passed away, the man who played Herman Munster. And the judge in My Cousin Vinny.
It's Doug, his Ballet. That's
Oh, come on. What's going on?
died of a undiagnosed heart ailment, cardiac arrest.
Okay. Is,
Hold on.
It's
oh,
not qualified.
Lack of qualifications,
Yes.
overruled on that basis.
was Renee Eva Benefield's mother?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I'm sorry, can you say that date again? Was 2015 that she died?
I believe it's December 2nd, but I may have the day off, but not the month of 2015.
Oh, no,
2015.
Michelle. Ferris Bueller's teacher. That's Ben Stein.
And I want to ask you now, switch to Ashley. So about how long after Renee died did Doug meet Ashley?
9 months.
When did you first meet Ashley?
I met Ashley in the spring of 2017. I believe the date was either March 14th or April 14th.
And did you know about Ashley before you met her?
No, ma'am.
Okay. How did your meeting come about?
I was flying for Southwest Airlines as a captain at the time. They changed my schedule like they do many times in the airline world. And I ended up not overnighting in Baltimore, Maryland, and they sent me to Charleston, South Carolina. Because I was going to Charleston, I texted Doug and said, hey, I'll be in to Charleston tonight.
I'd like to have dinner, and he said, great, text.
Sustained.
Okay. During your conversations, did he mention the name Ashley?
In the second text chain, which is entered,
Sustained.
I'm asking because,
I can answer the question, ma'am. When I arrived in Charleston, I texted Doug, and his text to me specifically was,
you can't speak about what Doug said to you,
okay,
but during the text messages, did he indicate to you there was a female involved?
yes, that's the first mention of Ashley to me, that we were not going to have dinner at the airport, and that I was to take Uber up to Mount Pleasant to meet them.
Okay. And was that at their house?
That was at Doug's house. Yes, ma'am. 701 Preservation Place.
Doug's house at the time. Okay. And how long were you with them, the two of them together?
4 to 5 hours. We started at the house. We ended up going back to my hotel, getting a piece of medical technology, medical device that was a master trainer in that device. We had dinner together at a pizza restaurant across from the hotel, and then went back to my room in the hotel, the three of us, and certainly 4 to 5 hours that day.
And during this time, did you have multiple conversations with both of them?
We had conversations about everything, especially about
Elliot,
how they
cool.
met,
Okay.
starting at the house, ending at the hotel.
And what did Ashley say about
Of
how they
him.
met?
She talked about how they met at a political event, a meeting, where Doug and his business investors were.
Personal knowledge.
Defendant's statement.
Yeah, overruled.
You can go ahead.
Both Ashley and Doug told me about how they met the first night at a political meeting, how Ashley had reached out to him before that meeting. They showed me text messages between them for the 10 days between the first meeting and her second meeting with him up in Charleston, Mount Pleasant. They talked about how they had mutual interests, mutual alignment, how they were looking for the same thing in a relationship. They talked about, Ashley talked specifically about her fibromyalgia and pain associated with her ballet dancing days. Ashley talked about her mother, her upbringing, about her father, about the separation there.
Okay.
Do you have an objection
Yes, sir.
on the basis?
Hearsay.
It's my
defendant's
understanding this is the defendant's statement.
statement. Yes.
Or overruled.
Okay. Let me stop you there. So she said that her and Doug met at a political event.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at the time that you were meeting with them, were they married?
Yes, ma'am.
It's okay. It doesn't matter if he's not alive.
Did Ashley
We can use
indicate to you when they got married or how long they
CGI
had-
technology.
Yes,
or
ma'am.
whatever
13
that is.
days from first meeting.
We'll make it happen.
that they got married 13 days after they met?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did Ashley indicate where they got married?
Yes, ma'am.
And where was that?
That was in Mount Pleasant or Charleston. Doug's best friend at the time, Tripp, married them.
Okay. Did Ashley ever discuss with you that she carried a gun?
Yes.
And what did she say about that?
She said that on their initial meeting, in the political meeting, that she and Doug's traveling partner in business went outside of Secret Service people, and she showed him the gun
Oh yeah,
she was
we're
carrying
sparing
at that
no
event
expense, Katie.
in her bra.
It's,
And
it's,
she talked to you about
it's a
this
made up
during-
movie, so
Yes,
we
ma'am.
have a made up budget. So don't worry.
Now,
We can use
I want
AI,
to jump
all sorts of
forward a
things.
little bit, but did you have any conversations that night about them wanting to
Yeah,
have a child?
don't worry about the budget on
Or
our
was that
made
a
up
different time?
movie.
I don't remember us talking about it that first night. No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you remember a conversation with Doug and Ashley, specifically Ashley, about them wanting a child?
I believe it was later in the late spring, the next time that I visited with them.
Okay. And to your knowledge, could Doug have children?
He had had a vasectomy after having his daughter with Renee, his longtime wife.
Did Ashley?
I'm sorry, so no, he
Okay.
couldn't have children.
Did Ashley speak about that in front of you, Ashley and Doug together, or Ashley separate about the vasectomy?
They did when they were discussing having Doug have a vasectomy reversal. Yes, ma'am, I
All
believe
right.
so.
I like that one. Yeah, he could play him.
And to your knowledge, did that reversal ultimately go through?
Yes, ma'am, and I
Well,
believe
welcome,
Ashley actually
Gigi.
paid for it on a credit card. They talked about that.
Okay.
Yes, we're casting all
And
these characters
ultimately, she
for,
became pregnant.
who's going to play these
Yes,
people
3
in our
months
made
after
for
the
TV
vasectomy
movies. So
reversal, she became pregnant.
since it's a
Yes,
made
ma'am.
up movie,
Did they end up, I'm going to skip a little bit forward.
budget's
ma'am.
made up
Did
too.
they end up having a wedding reception?
They did. I believe it was June of 2017. I was single parenting at the time, and I wasn't able to attend, but it was in Charleston, South Carolina, at the home of one of Doug's business partners.
Okay. You mentioned something about ballet dancing, so I'm going to ask you about that. In your meetings and discussions with Ashley, did she indicate she was interested in the ballet?
She spoke about the fact that she had been a ballet dancer, that she had performed in, I'll call them shows, back, I believe, in Maryland, where she grew up. And by the time that I first met Ashley, they had formed the ballet company called the American National Ballet in Charleston. And they were, at the time that I first met her, they were working on getting that ballet company up and running.
Okay. And was this going to be a large endeavor?
Several $1 million. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Up to 40 dancers were hired. Yes, ma'am. Large endeavor.
Okay. And do you know what Doug's role was in that? In your discussions with Ashley, did you find out what Doug's role was?
Yeah, Doug and Ashley talked about it on the first night I met her, about how they founded the ballet, how Doug did the online limited liability corporation work, founded the name, resurrected that name, how they worked together to try to build a ballet diverse and open to more than body size, body color.
Yeah, do you know who that guy is? Oh, come on.
And how did?
A number of Doug's partners and Doug himself invested money. They had a major, let's say, arts benefactor in Charleston, is a personal injury lawyer who was going to be the primary major donor. In Doug's case, Doug was working on very advanced technologies and patents at the time. And in his case, he didn't have any savings or cash in the bank. So he sold his future stock grants and options to other investors to put his own money in, about $100,000.
Mr. Roper.
So while this ballet was in development or launching, did Ashley ultimately become pregnant? I know you said she became pregnant several months later, but I'm just trying to get a timeline.
Stop talking,
ma'am.
Ashley. He's trying to
So
listen.
in February of 2017 are the records and what they told me about founding it. I met her in maybe a month or two
Norman
after that
Fell.
on that Charleston overnight.
They
They held the first
AI
ballet event, and I was
we will
invited in
have
May
Norman
of
Fell
2017.
play him.
Once again, single parent, I wasn't able to attend. She got pregnant in July, and we talked about that multiple times. And the next month in August was the large launch, which me, my business partners, my veteran friends, supporters of Doug all went to Charleston for that major launch in August. It was at a place, I'm sorry.
And at that time, was Ashley pregnant in August?
She was pregnant. I don't remember if she knew or not. It was
Okay.
1 month after the pregnancy was Emerson was conceived.
And at some point, did Ashley move away from the South Carolina home?
Yes, ma'am. We had the August ballet big launch. 2 weeks later,
and we got to use that technology.
Doug
We got it, so we might as
moved
well use
Ashley
it for
down
something.
to
Hologram, Mr.
Ashley's
Roper.
mother's home in Lakewood Ranch. Drove down one day, dropped her off, and drove back the next day. That's late August.
And what was the understanding, what was Ashley's understanding of why she was moving and what was going on?
In text conversations and personal conversations with Ashley,
Defendant's statement.
It's going to be the defendant's statements.
Can we approach for a moment?
Yes.
Yes, it's now a zombie show. And we can have a mashup. Courtroom drama, zombie. Yeah, I can see your point. I don't think it speaks to. All right, let's move along. Read that. She's listening to the smooth jazz. Blah, 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 blah. Wait, we're back to him? Yeah. It's a long sidebar. Wait, come on. All right, now we're back to
Or
him.
not.
Oh, cross-examination here. All right, let's go.
Tell us what your response was to Ashley's text.
Really? Zombies are your favorite?
this is 6. You want me to just focus on
Just tell us
one
what your
line?
just tell us what your response was to Ashley's text, your recollection having been refreshed.
As in the text.
Benefield, please tell us what your response to Miss Benefield was. Now that your recollection.
Yes, a zombie musical because
There are
it's
multiple
not
on the
complicated
page,
enough.
sir.
We have to
Mr.
come up with
Benefield,
an original
I think you know
music and score and
what I'm
songs.
referring to. Would you please answer my question?
I would like to answer as it pertains to what she said.
I didn't ask you
How
what she said,
appropriate.
Mr. Benefield. I asked you to please tell us your recollection having been refreshed. You said,
Would you like me to read the?
Object, we do not need to be reading from this document.
Hey, would you please take the jury room? If you could give us 5 minutes, I'd appreciate it. Remember, please don't begin your discussions and deliberations amongst yourselves.
What's going on now?
Contact people, but don't talk about the case with anyone else, and go research on the people, places, things, or legal topics we've heard anything about.
Scary zombies and dance numbers. Now you're just talking about the Thriller video, right?
Hallway,
You know?
discussion, the
Yes.
questions that have been asked of you with anyone,
Yes, sir.
including the attorneys,
Yes, sir.
and you're not to let anybody talk to you about anything that's going on inside the courtroom
Yes,
while
sir.
we're on break.
Yes, sir, I will do that. Should I leave the paper here?
Yes, sir, leave that there.
Yes, sir.
All right, where are we at? All right, when does he come back? All right, let's skip ahead. We're gonna skip ahead, Kel Marie, because I don't want to talk to people.
All right, Mr. Benefield, come on back in and resume the witness stand. You'll recall that you are under oath.
Yes, sir.
Sir, as we took that break, did anybody attempt to approach you or speak with you about your testimony, the evidence, or this case?
No, sir.
Did you speak with anyone about your testimony, the questions asked of you, or the evidence of this case?
No, sir.
All right. Let's go and bring the jury
So
in.
now our made-for-TV movie has devolved into the Thriller video. I didn't see that. I didn't see it taking that turn. I gotta admit.
You won't go ahead and have a seat. Whenever you find your spots, just sit on down.
All right, everyone can have a seat. Members of the jury, during that break, did anybody discuss the case amongst yourselves, discuss the case with anybody outside of the jury, or do any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics you've heard anything about? Everybody says no. All right, Mr. Taylor.
Mr. Benefield, when we last were assembled, you were
dancing.
We were waiting for you to answer the question whether you felt Ashley had married the wrong Benefield.
No, sir, I did not believe that.
Was it a joke?
It was an attempt to keep a communication open between us.
You know, we've established that you were aware that Ashley left Doug in September of 2017.
Yes, sir.
Hey, be
And
careful.
you've
I'm
also
already going to get the
established
copyright
that
strike
following
from the
that,
Seinfeld reference
You
there,
expressed your support of her.
Yes, sir.
All right, now I want to direct your attention
He had to shoot his
specifically
shot.
to the
What can you
month
say?
of November of 2017. Were you aware of a domestic violence injunction that Miss Benefield sought and obtained from South Carolina court?
Yes, sir, at that time.
And did you express to Miss Benefield
You can ask the question.
your support of her after she obtained that domestic violence injunction?
Sustained.
Did you support Miss Benefield in November of 2017 following the issuance of a domestic violence injunction?
Not specifically about that, sir.
Do you recall
Yes, our budget is
expressing
unlimited,
your
so we can do it
support
all.
on Saturday, November 4th, 2017?
I don't remember that
And
specifically.
then open a
sir.
theme park
May
based
I
on the
approach the
success
witness,
of
Your
the
Honor?
2
Yes.
movies. Why not? We've got the funds.
Mr. Benfield, I'm going to show you a document, see if this refreshes your recollection.
Why don't you power rank the theme parks while we're waiting here? Golden, welcome. We're going over day 1, so everyone's caught up and up to speed. And now everyone's just about to power rank their theme parks because we've decided not only are we going to make a made-for-TV movie, but then we're going to have a zombie remake spin-off movie. And they're all going to be successful. And since we have an unlimited budget, we're going to make a theme park based on it. So don't include our zombie, Black Swan trial theme park in your power rankings. But go ahead. All right, Golden, you start us off.
Areas that I check.
Power rank your
Refresh your
theme parks.
recollection.
Top 3.
Yes, sir. Those appear to be my statements.
All right, the recollection having been refreshed, Mr. Benefield, on November 4th, following the issuance of the domestic violence injunction to Miss Benefield, did you express your support to her?
There are 2 problems with your question for me, sir.
Would
I'm going to
you-
ask you.
Would you answer my question, and then you can certainly feel free to
It's not how
explain.
power rankings work, Cal.
I was unaware of I believe I was unaware of any result of any pending case in South Carolina at the time I texted that.
I thought you just told us you were aware.
I became aware after the fact when the mutual protection order was entered. I found out about it after the fact, but I don't remember the date of that event as it relates to the November 4th.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
State, any redirect?
No.
Can this witness be released?
Yes.
Mr. Taylor, can this witness be released from his subpoena?
Yes, sir.
Sir,
I think just the normal
any
slow
of the prior restrictions
zombies.
that I placed upon you are removed.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I don't know.
State, call your next witness.
State calls Eva Benefield.
Oh, this is the daughter. This is the fish necklace daughter, I think. No. No, we're not. Just because we talk about zombie theme parks doesn't mean we're doing drugs. Wait, where's Marineland? See, I don't know about my power rankings. I gotta say, I would include the State Fair Texas, and I don't think it's technically a theme park. But I will say everyone needs to go to the State Fair of Texas at least once in your life. It's open 24 days out of the year. It's a magical place where dreams come true. Oh, bravo. Did you just type that? Katie, good job, man. That's impressive. It was? Is Marineland no longer functioning? And I'm assuming it's aquatic themed, ocean themed, not like Marines that swarm Omaha Beach or anything like that.
Good morning, ma'am. My name is Judge White. I'm presiding over the case. Just make yourself comfortable in that chair. Get about 12 to 15 inches from the microphone. It does adjust up, down, left, and right as you need it. Actually, you're just fine right there. I think that's close enough.
Okay.
Speak in a loud, clear voice, and we'll hear everything. Go ahead.
Please state your name.
Eva Benefield,
How do you spell your first name?
EVA,
And how old are you now?
23.
What was your relationship to Doug Benefield?
He was my father.
And who was your mother?
Renee Benefield.
And we heard from the previous witness, she died, unfortunately, at some time before this case, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you first find out about someone named Ashley Benefield?
It was August of 2016, about 9 months after my mom passed.
Okay. And how did you find out?
Someone asking the important
My
questions
dad was
there.
on the phone when he picked me up from school, and he had his phone on speaker, and they mentioned him having a girlfriend, and if he was going to bring his girlfriend to a conference that they had that weekend.
And was that the first time you had any information that there might have been a girlfriend?
Yes.
Okay. How old were you at the time?
I was 15.
At the
Yeah, she
time, were
does
you
kind of have
upset
a
with him about
similar
that?
look every day. Huh?
No, I just told him that I trusted him, and if that's what made him happy, that I would be happy for him.
And about how long after that did you find out they were married?
It was 2 days after.
And how did you find out that they were married?
My dad came up into my room, and he said, Eva,
did the
we need
penguins do
to have a
tricks?
chat downstairs with Ashley. She was at the house at the time. And
Turtles are better than fish.
I said, I don't
In
think
what
we
sense?
need to. I understand that you're dating her and you're happy,
eat,
but please
have
just,
his
give me
fashion,
my space a little bit. I don't want to have a
accessories. What are we talking
conversation.
about?
And he said, no,
Would it be
I
better
think
if she had
it's
a
really
giant
important we do.
turtle
And I said,
necklace
the only time that I would want to have
than
a
a giant fish?
conversation with y'all is if you told me that you were going to propose. And when those words came out of my mouth, he told me that they were married.
So I found out they were married.
Yes.
Wow.
Did Ashley eventually move into your house?
Yes.
And that was the house in South Carolina?
Yes, ma'am.
At the time, who all lived in the house? Just the three of you?
Yes.
How was their relationship together that you saw?
They were just with each other all the time. It was very lovey-dovey. They were very touchy-feely, PDA, any event with school or extracurricular that I was in, they were together. They'd go grocery shopping together, go travel together. They never left each other's side.
Okay. And how did you and Ashley get along?
It was friendly at first.
Okay. You said it first.
Yes.
And then what happened?
Over time, she tried to reprimand me a little bit more and kind of step into a motherly role. And I did not like that because it was so short after my mom passed away.
Okay.
Relevance.
Sustained.
And in Ashley's interactions with you,
Yes.
or interactions that she had, or
This is the one that took
disagreements
apart
that
the
she had
shadow
with your
box.
father, how did you observe?
And I don't want to be
her
unsympathetic. I know it's got to be
Can you
hard
repeat
after
the
her mother
question?
dies.
Sorry,
and
it
you
wasn't a
have
good question.
Stepmom that marries
Whenever
your
she had
dad
a
in
disagreement with you, how would she act?
less than 2 weeks.
It was almost temper tantrum like. It was
Objection. Impermissible character evidence.
I'm sorry,
Character evidence.
overruled.
Okay, so it was temper tantrum like, and you didn't sound like you were finished. What were you saying?
she would go directly to my dad and tell him that I wasn't obeying.
Okay. And did her reactions to you seem to be on the level of the situation, or did she get more angry at the situation?
Usually they were overreactions over small things.
Okay. And how about interactions with your dad? Did you ever hear her argue with your father?
I heard her strongly voice her opinions over and over and over again.
Okay. Now, you said over and over and over again. Is that something that you heard on a regular basis, or something you only heard once?
It was on a regular basis.
Okay. And when she was voicing her opinions to your father, was he ever reacting to that?
No, he would just sit quietly and listen.
Did you ever see them fight?
No,
Verbally fight?
no,
Okay. Did you ever see them physically fight?
no.
How often would you say that Ashley's father would disagree within your hearing?
Never.
Okay. You said if Ashley was trying to get her point across, that she would go on and on about that?
Yes.
Okay. So you don't term that as a disagreement?
No.
Okay. And what would you term that as?
My dad just listened to her voice her concerns.
Okay. Did you ever hear your dad at any time yell at her?
No.
Did you ever hear your dad do something or say something that was controlling to her?
No.
Did you ever see or hear your dad threaten her?
Objection. Leading.
Overruled.
Did you ever see or hear your
What?
dad threaten her?
No.
Did you ever
She's
see or hear your dad get physical with her?
No.
No further questions.
Cross.
Yes.
I believe now she's about 23 years old, if I'm not mistaken, somewhere in that range.
Good morning, Miss Benefield.
Good morning.
We met previously at a deposition, correct?
Correct.
And I apologize to you for meeting you under these circumstances. I'm required to ask you a few questions based on the testimony that you've given us. You lived in the house at the time that Ashley and your father were first married.
Yes.
And you found out from your father that he had married Ashley when he introduced her to you.
It wasn't when I was first introduced. It was a day after.
So the day after, you said?
Yes.
Okay. So your mother had passed away.
The shooting
approximately
occurred
8 months
in
earlier,
9 months.
9 months
September
earlier.
of
And
2020.
Your father, with no advance knowledge, came and introduced you to his new wife.
Yes.
There was a hole in the ceiling of the kitchen in your home, correct?
Correct.
You know what that hole was, how it got there?
Objection. Calls for hearsay.
I don't know if it will or not.
I would prefer the question not be
Okay.
Can we approach?
Yes.
Oh, stop approaching. Are holes normal in homes in the United States? I don't. Sometimes they're called skylights. This girl was 19. No, this is actually before that. She was like 15, I think. She probably would have been 19 around the time he was shot. But this is a few years earlier when they got married. So, yeah, she was even younger. Yeah, she was 15. And then we heard testimony that she had, for Christmas, she had given her a shadow box with something in it. And then she just deliberately took it apart and put a rose from her mother's funeral and put it in the shadow box, kind of as a middle finger to her new stepmom. So I don't think they had the best relationship. Just saying. I don't know. They're so close in age. Maybe they would have gotten along. You never know. Yeah, I'm kidding. Yes, doomed from the start. Oh, what am I doing? We can fast forward. Wait, we don't need to wait through sidebars.
Let me back up.
All right, back up.
You told us there was a hole in the ceiling of your kitchen.
Yes.
Which are not
Was
normal.
that hole in the ceiling of your kitchen, can you describe it?
It was small.
Small, kind of round?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Like the size of a bullet?
Consistent with an object,
Let me finish the question.
consistent with an object the size of a bullet?
Yes.
Overruled.
Were there holes in the drywall of your home?
There was one.
Was it from the closet
No.
outside to the drywall?
No.
Where
Looking up
was
on
it?
your
It
sarcasm
was
there.
near the kitchen.
Did you know how it got there?
Yes.
Was the hole consistent with the size of a fist?
Yes.
Was that hole patched?
Eventually.
Who patched it?
My father.
Did you know that your father studied close quarters defense in the Navy?
Yes.
And tell us what close quarters defense comprises.
What her understanding is of
I'll
it.
allow it briefly so she can explain the basis of her knowledge.
Well, let me give the court a little better insight into this. Miss Benefield, do you hold a black belt?
Yes.
And are you trained in defensive combat fighting?
Taekwondo.
Did you and your father often discuss different styles of defensive fighting?
We had the conversations when I was practicing when I was
Okay.
10.
And tell us were you trained in close quarters defense?
Yes.
All right. Tell us what it entails.
In hand-to-hand combat.
Okay. And it's the type of hand-to-hand combat where if confronted by a weapon, rather than turning and run, you're trained as to how to remove the weapon from the other person's hands.
Well, you're told to first ask for no conflict, and then if they proceed, yes.
Yeah, in other words, your objective is to take the weapon away.
If there's a weapon involved, yes.
Were you aware that a domestic violence injunction had been issued by the court in South Carolina?
No.
Give me 1 second, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I would disagree, Katie. I don't think I don't really need any necklace, to be honest, and especially not a big fish necklace. A screaming fish. I don't know.
One last question, Ms. Benefield. Was your dad fixated with Ashley?
I think they were fixated with each other.
Did you make a prior state? Whoops. Did you express at any time
I'm trying to be a
that
good sport. I'm
your
telling
dad, your words, not mine,
really
was fixated
I'm
with
not a
Ashley?
necklace guy,
I might have.
and certainly not a big fish necklace guy. Just saying.
Give me just a
But
moment,
yes,
Judge.
you want to play along hypothetically. With all the money we're going to make from our fictional movie with an unlimited budget, I'll buy a couple of big fish necklaces. You're showing your age there, Kel Marie. Yes. A big bird of prey. I think I would rather have
remember,
that. I would rather wear that than a big fish.
Having your deposition taken?
Yes.
Well, I need page and line, and I don't have a copy of it.
Yeah, I was just first asking her the question.
Really?
Do you remember
cannot
sitting for a
abide. I
deposition?
Yes.
Let me
I do
pass
not
to
wear-
you this
I don't
document
know.
and see if it refreshes your recollection.
Approach.
Wait, is that no hummingbirds or no hummingbirds instead of my raptor, my bird of prey? Yeah, see, I would rather wear a fez than wear. Oh, there's Glenn Close. I'd rather, yes, wear a fez than a fish necklace. So yeah, I think yes, a bird of prey is better than the fish. You want to power rank the giant necklace animals? Now that we have established that birds of prey are better than big fish. See, I am talking, Cal. Do you see this? Do you see? See? Even though they're a sidebar, I'm still talking about birds of prey, but smooth jazz, where are we going? Where we go?
being given or evidence being presented. Because this is being shown on TV or the internet or something, you can't watch it outside of court. You can't watch what's going on inside of court. You can't be inside of court. You also may not discuss your testimony with any other witnesses or any of the attorneys. Better practices don't talk about it with anybody else. And none of the other witnesses nor the attorneys can talk with you about what's going on in court. Do you understand all of that?
Yes, sir.
All right. And again, you're not released from your subpoenas. You need to remain available.
Okay.
All right. But for now, you're excused.
Okay.
Wait, where are we going here? Lunch break. Okay, back in court. Look at that. Look how fast we got through lunch. What ABBA song? Would you like to power rank ABBA songs? There we go. Which ABBA song are you singing now, Michelle? Yes, very efficient. Where's Daniela? Our resident German would be very, very pleased with that type of efficiency. So, all right. So who's going to power rank the ABBA? I'm just going to go. Well, I don't know. I'm going to have to think about my ABBA song power rankings here. But yeah, what ABBA song is stuck in your head? I think I'm going to go Fernando, Dancing Queen, and Chiquitita. Because Chiquitita, they have an English and a Spanish version. So there you go. Oh, yes, Daniela, we were models of efficiency that would make your German heart happy. We lunch like that. The lunch break went by in less than 30 seconds. Yes, ABBA is never not good. And since English is your second language, we will excuse the double negative. Yes, it's always awesome. Wait. Michelle has ABBA songs going through her head, but she has yet to disclose which ABBA songs are currently in her head. I've given you my power rankings there, the top 3, and so you're up to date. Now our defendant is back from lunch in her blue sweater. Can you hear the drums, Fernando? Okay. Is that number 1? Yeah, what are your 3, Colleen? Dancing Queen? Is that your number 1? Because remember, we power ranked cheeses and everything, and now, like, I say power rank the ABBA songs, and I get nothing. You're just like throwing out a song. Like, didn't they sing that one song? No, come on, guys. See, Kill Marie, I'm talking with everyone, and this is what I get. Like crickets. Fernando, there we go.
We are
Hey, big and welcome. Take a
State
chance.
versus Ashley Benefield.
Honey, I'm still free.
After our lunch break. Mr.
Oh, that's a good one too.
Taylor,
I like
if you
that
would do
part.
me a favor.
Super
That witness list that I used to read to the jury at the beginning, I took it back. If you could burn, not right now, but Tuesday or Thursday,
Of course.
when we're getting close for you to take over.
So yeah,
so much. I
Biggin,
appreciate it.
we are.
We'll need the system with Mr. Sands, please.
All right.
Biggin, how do you feel about avocados? And yes. And if you have any
Is it
input
going
on
to
who
be
can play
audio
these,
and video?
any of these characters
The
here that we're
911
seeing
call.
that can be playing, we have Jim Gaffigan playing the judge in our made-for-TV movie. So much to bring Biggin up to speed here. We're going back, watching day one here, just to get everyone caught up and ready to go for Monday.
There, sir.
Okay.
And then this is one for you.
Thank you.
And we gave one to the court reporter.
Yeah, I bet he's changed his mind since making that comment.
For me.
Sorry, I didn't know if I gave you an extra.
Not a fan of avocado. Interesting.
And we sent it. I sent it. Yeah.
There was something in the air that night. The stars were bright. Fernando. They were shining there for you and me, for liberty. Fernando. You wear a knife necklace? Like knife, pocket knife? What do we let's hear details here.
I think we would need.
Are you able to get through TSA screening with a knife necklace?
Okay.
Oh, we never thought that we could lose. There's no regret. If I had to do the same again, I would, my friend Fernando.
Kind of misled the court, I'm afraid, to some extent. We actually filed an amended defense witness.
You ever get hassled going through airport security? Oh, I'm already getting a strike for that Seinfeld thing, so. But thanks. You're right. I do sound exactly like you. Close your eyes. You can't tell the difference.
You were connected earlier. Is there a thing to switch it to this port? Okay, thank you.
I can only assume she's talking about the knife necklace. Colleen, you am I right? What do we do? We need to clarify anything?
Okay.
We still cool with Katie Holmes playing her in the made for TV movie?
So we don't need to lower the line.
You guys need a breakout room, Biggin and Colleen? What's going on here?
No, it's just audio. Oh, all right. Mark it down.
Oh,
All right. Steve,
Blazing
you ready to call
Saddles
them in?
reference.
Yes.
Fantastic.
Now or when the jury comes in?
No, the jury.
Oh, the jury.
I apologize. It wasn't a good question.
Yes.
Mr. Taylor, you ready for me to call the jury in?
If I didn't know he's a sweetheart, I'm less
also-
likely now. I think I'd be less inclined knowing that he wears a knife necklace. I'll be honest. That now that I know he wears a knife necklace, I'm less inclined to hassle him.
It looks like the redactions have been done mechanically with black boxes and black lines. Have you had a chance to review the redacted transcripts?
We have, Judge, we're in agreement.
All right, so everybody's okay with it.
Yes, sir.
Michelle, I don't know how you forgot Waterloo. I mean, you're the one I think that got this started. How did you get ABBA stuck in your head anyway and get us off on this tangent?
All right, you all can have a seat.
Waterloo.
Welcome back, everybody.
Waterloo.
You know the questions I'm going to ask. Did anybody discuss the case amongst yourselves or begin deliberations? Talk about the case with anybody outside the jury, or do any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics you've heard anything about? Everybody says no. Where we left off, the state was still in presenting its case. So sticks with.
It calls John Sant.
Wait, somebody combed his hair? I missed it. Carla, who just combed his hair? Oh, wait, are we done with the daughter? Guess we are done with the daughter.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Well, we were just going through witnesses, huh? Just like Sherman through Atlanta.
Hello, sir.
But Andrea, we are specifically looking for ABBA songs. So if you'd like to power rank your top 3 ABBA songs,
Devices.
go ahead.
All right. Certainly, here's a pair that you can use.
Oh, wait.
Turn them around the other way.
This way?
Yes, sir. I think that'll work better. And the deputy will show you how to adjust it. Oh, did I scare you? It's too loud? Okay, sorry about that.
All right, well, where does it rank, Andrea, in your top 3 ABBA songs?
All right. I apologize about that. I didn't mean to.
No, that's all right.
Sir, my name is Judge White. I'm presiding over this case. Just make yourself comfortable in that seat. Get about 12 inches. It does adjust up, down, left, or right as you need it. Just speak in a loud, clear voice right into that mic, be able to hear everything.
All right.
Thank you.
Behave, Kelmarie, behave.
Please state your name.
John Williams Jr.,
How do you spell Sant?
S-A-N-T,
Where do you live?
in 11327 White Rock Terrace in Bradenton.
Okay. And did you live next door to Ashley Benefield and her mother, Alicia Ballet? Do you still live at that same address?
I do.
Do they still live at the same address?
No,
Okay.
I have no idea, Carla.
Did Ashley have a child when you lived next to each other?
she did.
About how old was the child last time you?
Is Robert Duvall
were
still
together?
alive?
At the house, in the neighborhood,
When they were living
We
in the
can get him.
neighborhood?
I'd say 18 months to 2 years.
Okay. And do you remember a day when Ashley came to your house?
Yes,
Okay. Do you remember what day of the week that was?
it was on a Sunday.
And what time of day was it? Light out, dark out?
It was still light, but
Thank
it
you,
was
Andrea.
probably early evening. It was between football games.
Okay, so it was between the football games on a Sunday?
Right.
All right. Still light out? What do you remember about Ashley coming over?
From the very beginning.
Right.
Well, I heard a very loud pounding on my door. And it was loud. And I went and I looked out through the little window.
Yes, you did. Andrea gets the gold star.
So I thought, well,
Thank you, Andrea, for
went to the
following
back and
directions.
looked out the back. I even looked out the side. He didn't see anybody. And I was thinking, well, one of my grandkids has a friend in that area there. And I thought they might be messing around, but I didn't see anything.
So I guess it was a few minutes. I just, nobody, must be just someone screwing around. And it happened again.
The pounding.
The pounding happened again, yeah.
I'm having a little trouble here.
All right. Yeah, if we can get you scoot up a little bit, there you go.
Sorry. What part do you want me to start at again?
Okay, so you can start it again.
The pounding.
Okay, and what did you do then?
At that point, now I'm starting to get a little concerned. Someone's trying to get a break-in or a home invasion. And I went back into my room, went into my closet, a weapon out.
Okay, and you say weapon, what kind of weapon was that?
It was a Glock 23 40 cal.
Okay, so you had your own firearm.
Yes, ma'am.
You pulled that out, and what did you do?
I then came from the closet back towards the door and decided at that point, let's look out the door one more time before I load one in and take it to the door. So I just set it down on the little table beside my chair.
I agree.
So you set the gun down?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I left, and then I went back to the door.
What did you?
And I looked out again, and then that's when I saw I saw a leg sticking out. Someone was sitting on the stoop.
Okay, so you saw a leg. You think someone was sitting?
Well, they were sitting.
Okay. So what'd you do?
Well, then I kind of noticed who the leg belonged to, or I thought I did. And I went and I opened the door.
And did you know who it was when you saw the person?
I assumed who it was when I looked out the window.
When you opened the door, could you see who it was?
Well, by the time I got the door open, she was standing up.
So you saw who it was?
Yes.
And who was it?
It was Ashley.
Okay. And you kind of pointed over that direction. You see her in the room today?
She's over next to Mr. Taylor now.
Oh.
Stipulate that it's Miss Benefield, Your Honor.
Stipulation to ID.
Yes.
Okay. And what did Ashley say when you opened the door?
As soon as I opened the door, before I could say anything, she said, he attacked me.
And is that all she said?
At that point, I said, who? And he said, Doug. He attacked me and I shot him.
Okay. Is that all she said to you?
That's all she said.
Did she have a weapon with her?
I didn't see it at that point.
Did you see a weapon eventually?
Eventually.
Where was that weapon?
It was laying down just to the right of my door where I couldn't see it, where I was standing at that point.
And when did you see that weapon?
Well, after she said, and I shot him, I said, well, then you better come in.
What was it?
It was a handgun.
What did you do with that handgun?
Once I got her in the house, I told her, I said, I can't leave that out there. No, I don't know whether she responded or not, but then I went out, reached down, picked it up by the trigger guard, brought it back in the house.
Carly, you
set
can't
it
make
down
Robert
inside
Duvall
the door.
audition.
Okay. And when you say inside
That's
the door,
okay.
was that on the floor or was
Living
it a table?
legend.
It was on the floor.
On the floor. So once you brought her into the house, where did you go?
Once I brought the weapon in, I shut the door and locked it. And I looked at her and I said, what condition is Doug in? And she said, I don't know. Or she said, don't know. She just don't know. I said, where's your mother in Emerson? And she said, at the park.
So you knew her mother and you knew Emerson, her daughter.
Yes,
Okay. And she said at the park.
at the park.
And at some point during this conversation, when she was at your house, did she tell you that that gun was hers?
After listening to the tapes, I was able to hear her say it, but it was really faint, yeah.
Okay. Did you call 911?
I did.
Have you listened to the 911 call?
They can
Many
arm wrestle
times.
for it.
Okay. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 1. You can take a look at this. What is this?
Maybe at the theme park, we'd have a cage match
Yes,
between
we did.
Gary Oldman
It's a
Oh,
disc,
okay, good.
and Robert Duvall.
the 911 call.
Oh, okay.
And when you listened to this 911 call, was it an accurate representation of your conversation with the person on the other line? Do you remember?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It wasn't me.
Pardon?
Yes, I recognize my own
Okay.
voice.
The state would enter into evidence State's Exhibit 1.
No objection.
It'll be received.
What was Ashley's mood when she was there?
I'm sorry. Ashley's what?
Ashley's mood?
Terrified.
Okay. Was she, do you
Don't
remember
worry,
her
Michelle.
crying?
Robert Duvall can
I
do
didn't
Texas, he can
remember
do
crying
Florida.
until I was listening to those tapes, and then it sounded
he's
like
got
she
the
was
chops.
crying, but
It's not a
there was-
problem.
she just couldn't get any words out after that last statement about where her mother and daughter were. That was really the last
Thank you, Colleen.
amount any words that ever came out of her
Oh,
mouth that I could
sorry.
understand. At that point, it was just
You're talking,
stuttering and
Misunderstood.
shaking and sobbing.
Okay.
I'll just be
So you did not have any other conversations with her, meaningful conversations with her after that?
No, the rest of the conversation was a 911 operator.
Okay. At this point, I'm going to publish State's Exhibit number 1.
Members of the jury, when physical evidence, documents, photographs, video or audio recordings, and so forth are admitted or received by the court, they may be published to the jury. This means shown to the jury. Depending on the type of evidence, it might be shown to you on the overhead screen, through the sound system, handed out for you to look at, or shown
Welcome.
to you.
What
Evidence that
are
is
your favorite
admitted
ABBA
or
songs? Would
received
you like
by
to
the
power
court
rank them for us,
will be
please?
available to you during your deliberations, and you will have as much time as you need to review and consider the evidence.
Yes, that's a great movie. If you haven't seen it, you should see it.
Members of the jury,
Secondhand Lions.
you are about to listen to an audio
Is he
recording.
reading?
The court instructs you that the recording
now?
has been edited to eliminate irrelevant
That's Robert
portions that
Duvall
would not
and-
add to your understanding of the case.
What's his name? No, I can't remember.
The fact that the recording has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way you listen to, view, and consider the evidence.
Thank you, Judge.
Finally, you are about to hear a recorded conversation. This
Duvall and the
recorded
guy. Who was in
conversation
Secondhand
is
Lions?
proper
The
evidence,
English guy.
and you
What-
may
what
consider
was his
it
name?
just as any other evidence. You are also going to be furnished a transcript of the recorded conversation. The recording is the evidence, and the transcript is being provided to you only as a guide to help you
Yes,
follow
Michael
along
Caine.
and
Why
follow
couldn't I
along
remember
as
that?
you listen to the recording.
Oh, that's not good.
The transcripts are not evidence of what was actually said or who said it. If you notice any difference between what you hear on the recording and what you read in the transcript, you must rely on what you hear and not what you have read. Also, Deputy, any notes that you want to make during the playing of the audio should be on your notepads.
I gotta say,
Once
after
we have
yesterday,
played this audio
Fridays,
for you, the transcript, as I said, is not evidence.
it was bizarre.
You will not be allowed to keep the
She
transcript,
testified.
and the transcript will
The
not go
state
back with
cross-examined
you
her
during your
and made her
deliberations.
more
But
sympathetic,
the
in
audio
my
recording
opinion.
will be available.
It was weird.
So you just take one and pass it
It
down?
was weird. So, I don't know. I'm definitely more
Help yourself,
as
sir.
the
Yeah,
trial has
if you want.
gone on.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, whether they find her guilty or innocent, yeah, she definitely was a victim of,
County 911, what is the
of
address of
some
your emergency?
abuse here.
Hi, my address is 11327 White Rock Terrace.
Okay, can you repeat that for me to make sure I have it correctly?
The house next door, honey, what's your address? Okay, it's right next door to me. She just came over. Her strange husband attacked her, and she says she shot him. Now, we've not gone over there yet.
Okay, what's his name?
Who?
What is his name?
His name is Doug Benefield.
Okay.
I have not gone over there. I'm not
Okay, I
ready to go back.
I don't want you to go over there. Stay on the line just one moment. I'm going to connect you over to the sheriff's dispatch, okay?
Okay.
One moment.
Calm down, honey. Calm down.
What is your name, sir?
My name's John Sant. KMT. I live next to
Office dispatch on a recorded line. This is Gabby. How can I help you? Hey, Gabby, it's Karen. On 11327, I have John Singer on the phone. He's saying the neighbor came over, female neighbor. It was a domestic. She shot her husband. Okay. All right, I'm going to get that on the screen, okay? Okay. Which screen is this for? At 11327 White Road,
Okay.
Paris. Okay.
That's my address.
That's your address? What's her address? Where does it occur at?
Her address is right next to, I believe it's 11331.
She's on the corner? Okay.
Yes, ma'am, on the corner. She's with me now, quite upset. The weapon is here.
Yeah.
You want me to go over and look at anything, or just wait for the police?
No, I want you to just wait for the police, okay?
All right, if you could just get them here quick. She came in, she was quite hysterical. I didn't know who was banging on my door. Said that he attacked her, and she shot him.
Okay. I'm just getting that on the screen, okay?
Okay. I know, honey. Come on, calm down. I know. Go ahead, ma'am.
Where's the gun? Is it with her, or is it just...
I have it right here, ma'am. It's sitting on the floor inside the door. My door's locked. So
Yeah, Daniela, what's for dinner?
He can't get up. I'm also armed if he does come over and try to harm her, just so everybody knows.
Okay.
I'm kind of concerned with her mother and the little girl might get back there and find this whatever happened. Don't go out there, honey. Come on. I know. Come on, honey. Sit down. Sit down. I know.
Yeah. All right, I just want you guys to stay on the phone with me, okay?
No, I'm right here with you. I'm just with her. I'm trying to comfort her. Where in the house is he? Well, the police are going to want, no problem. I know, baby. You got to sit down. Come on. There's no...
This neighbor does seem like a nice guy, doesn't he?
If he is, we can't take a chance. That's why I want them to hurry up before
The
they get back from the park.
deputies are moving as fast as their hand. They're coming priority. They're coming lights and sirens. They just want to get and make sure that everything's okay. I want to... So where in the house is he?
Where in the house is he? Her bedroom. No, I don't know where that is. So it's one of the bedrooms. It's a lot like mine, so I'm going to assume when you go into is the garage door open? When you go into the garage, it's going to be on the left? Yeah, on the left.
Okay. All right, I'm just getting that typed up, okay?
What, ma'am?
I'm just getting everything on the screen, okay?
Okay.
I should have the deputy pulling up here soon. Do you see him?
I know. I'm in the back now looking out. I know which way the park is in Central Park here.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Okay, the sheriff's here. Thank heavens.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you
The
want
sheriff's car just pulled.
Yeah, they
What do you
just
want
pulled
us
up to
to
the other
do?
address. I'm going to stay on the line with you until a deputy gets with you, okay?
Okay. Okay, the sheriff is here. I'm not too sure where they're going.
I'm just staying on the line with you. The deputies.
I'm right here. I haven't left yet.
Yeah.
I just see it's a SUV sitting out there in front of my neighbor's house, right in front of my house.
Who's that guy?
Just become, you know, they're going to take you into custody. You know that, right? Okay, just you know, you just calm down and just calm. Okay. I know.
Okay. You just let me know when they come knock on your door, okay?
Are they coming now, the police?
They will. They're waiting for a little bit of
Okay.
additional units. They want to have everything.
Yeah, okay, well, I'm glad that, oh, geez, we gotta get a hold of, don't go out. I can see the police officer comes and look.
They're going to let me know what they want me to tell you, okay? They're just waiting to make sure that they have other people with them. They don't want anything to get out of hand without having proper backup, you know?
Yeah, well, like I said, the weapon's here. I just want them to
Man,
know
what's the
that.
response time there? My
It's
goodness.
Sitting right inside the door, it's on the floor. And I did reach out when she ran in and picked it up off my front patio and brought it in. I wasn't gonna leave it outside. Here's another police officer.
Is it just inside the front door or the back door?
Say that again?
Is it just inside the front door or like the back door patio area?
I'm by the front door. She came in the front. I'm sitting here staring at. Now, looks like he's talking to one of the other car. Neither one of them are moving.
Yeah. When it's time, okay.
Okay. Honey, is that your weapon or his? Okay.
But would you like to play poker with her?
That's fine.
She can't, you know.
Calm down, man.
Okay. Now,
She has no
deputies
poker
want her
face.
to
You might
go outside with
clean
her
up.
hands up, nothing in
Just
them.
saying.
Okay.
You want her to go out?
Yes, they want her to come out with.
Didn't think of that,
Out
did
of
you?
my house.
Yes.
Does he know she's in my house?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So we're gonna have to go out. Okay.
And they want you to stay inside.
Now,
Okay.
let's put your hands where you can see them. Okay. All right. Where's she at?
Just start walking out front. They're outside.
I don't see him anywhere. She sure isn't her.
Just start walking out. They're not going to do anything. They just want to make sure that everything's safe and that they're safe. Okay.
Can I take her out? She's really upset.
No, they want you to stay inside. It says female
Can you
only.
stay inside? Oh, hang your hand. I don't see it. Now, are they at the right house?
We've told them multiple times which house to be at.
Yeah,
Well, that doesn't answer his
I'm
question.
Right in front of that SUV that does not have its light. Hold up right there, honey. Where are they at? There's a police officer over on the with the season now.
Yeah, just keep her walking out. Okay.
Honey, do they see you?
They're probably giving her instructions. Okay.
Okay. Now I need a police officer to come and get this weapon.
Yeah, they're going to come and get the weapon. They just wanted to make
Okay,
sure.
here they come now. Okay.
All right, folks, just hand those transcripts back down to the deputy. Let me resume your question.
At any time during this interaction with Ashley, did she appear to have any injuries?
No,
Did you see any blood on her?
no,
Did she complain of any injuries?
no.
How about her clothing? Did you notice, was her clothing ripped or anything wrong with her clothing?
Not that I know, no.
Okay.
Hi, Michelle.
And eventually, did the police come
Thanks
to
for
your
stopping
house?
by.
And talk to me?
Yes.
Yes, they did.
And did they recover that firearm that she had brought over that you left?
They did it while I was outside, because when I went back in, it was gone.
Okay.
I assumed they took it.
Okay. So maybe you didn't see them take it, but
No.
it was gone.
No.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions. The defense may have some questions for you.
Okay.
Cross.
Afternoon, Mr. Sant.
Afternoon.
How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Thank you for coming this afternoon. With court's permission, may I approach?
Yes.
Mr. Sant, I've passed you a photograph. I'm going to mark it for identification as fence exhibit number 1, if I can.
And Mr. Sant,
Yes,
I don't mean to keep startling you. I apologize.
that's okay.
Can I please have that transcript? No, the transcript. Thank you, sir.
There you go.
Thank you.
Mr. Sant, can you identify that?
Well, it looks like my house and Alicia's house at the time.
Yes, sir. And they lived in the house right next door to you, I believe you said.
The one with the red dot on it.
Yes. It was the corner house,
Yes,
correct?
right,
And it's got a red dot on it?
right.
All right. Is it an accurate representation of your house in comparison and in position to where Miss Benefield lived?
Yeah.
Would you do me the favor, may I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Would you put a check mark on the roof of your house?
My house.
Yes.
All right.
Your house that's depicted in that picture. Okay, we're going to help the jury see how this took place. I'll put it on the overhead. Objection to putting it on the overhead. Can we put it on the overhead?
Absolutely. Madam Clerk, can you dim some lights for us? Just the jury and the presentation about it. Is this just a demonstrative aid?
Yes, sir. Okay, so, Mr. Sant, just if I may turn your attention, if you could.
This one or this?
Actually, I think maybe you'll be able to see it better on this one. Your chair should swing around.
Oh, yeah.
You see the one with the red dot on it? That's Ashley's house,
Yes,
and your house is immediately to the left, correct?
yes.
All right. Thank you.
Don't move that mouse.
I'd like to move that into evidence, Your Honor, as defense exhibit number 1 at this point.
Okay. I just asked a minute ago if it was a demonstrative aid or if you were admitting it.
Well, was it until Mr.
So
Sant?
admit things first if you want. Any objection?
And Judge, I recognize it's the state's case, but I have no objection to this exhibit.
All right, received.
Mr. Sant, you've told us that on this terrible occasion, Ashley was terrified.
Yes.
I think you said, I don't want to put words in
Hi,
your
Lynn,
mouth. I
welcome.
think you said she was stuttering and
Please
shaking.
power rank your favorite ABBA songs.
Pretty hysterical.
Yeah. Yes.
All right. Now, Mr. Sant, you're pretty familiar with firearms, are you?
Somewhat. I use them. I go to firing ranges now. I'm no expert, but I.
Was there anything about that firearm on that day that you noticed that was unusual?
First thing I noticed is when I saw it, there was a spent cartridge stuck between the slide and the entrance to the chamber.
A spent cartridge, meaning a fired cartridge?
I'm sorry. Yes, it was empty.
Okay, and it was stuck where?
It was stuck with the front end of the slide and the back end of the chamber entrance.
The slide on the gun that
Right.
cocks it and loads another bullet into the chamber?
Correct.
So could we agree that the weapon was jammed?
The weapon had been misfired or
Good
mishandled.
to know.
Or
Okay.
wasn't held
And number
far
2
enough.
and 3,
It didn't eject it
Mama
far
Shia.
enough.
Now, What is that indicative of, that a cartridge would be stuck like that?
Objection, foundation.
I'm going to sustain.
Mr. Sant, do you have experience to the extent of being familiar with weapons and what would cause a cartridge to get stuck in the manner that it was on this gun on that day?
Yes.
May I, Your Honor?
Do you want to be heard?
No.
Go ahead.
Thank you. What is that indicative of, Mr. Sant?
In my experience, was the weapon wasn't held properly when that particular cartridge was fired.
And when you say by held properly, meaning held too loosely?
Yes.
No further questions.
All right, thank
Please
you.
go ahead.
No.
Can this witness be released?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Sant.
No, I don't think you can adopt him,
You are
but
released from your subpoena. You are free
if
to
you
go.
give Golden Girl some queso,
Yes, sir, just-
you'll
you
end
can't
up
take
with
them.
half of Kentucky. So
They wouldn't work outside anyway.
bear that in mind.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Oh, I didn't see the ponytail. Look
Okay,
at him.
can you flip on the lights? Do you need the presentation?
Not with this next one, yes. And the state would call it deputy borough.
All right.
Move that along with German efficiency.
Hello, sir. My name is Judge White. I'm presiding over this case. Just make yourself comfortable in that chair. Get about 12 to 15 inches from the microphone. It does adjust up, down, left, right if you need it. But just talking a loud, clear voice right in that microphone, we'll be able to hear you.
Yes, sir.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Deputy Thomas Burley, Baurle.
Burley, I said it wrong. I apologize.
That's okay.
And how are you employed?
Manatee County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been so employed?
Going on 23 years.
And what are your current duties with the sheriff's office?
Patrol.
That's what I
And,
was saying.
What are
Yes.
your daily duties as a patrol
couldn't have said it better.
deputy?
Patrolling my zone, which is Lakewood Ranch currently, and taking calls for service.
And back in September of 2020, were you in the same position?
Yes, ma'am.
And would your duties have been the same?
Yes, ma'am.
And to become a law enforcement officer many moon ago, what kind of training or education did you obtain?
The Law Enforcement Academy here in Manatee County.
And then since then, do you continue to have courses that are offered through the sheriff's office that you can take if you'd like?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I want to draw your attention to September 27th, 2020.
All right. I
Do you
can see
recall
that.
if you were
Bill
working
Paxton.
days or nights then?
I was working second shift, which would be 3 p.m. to 3 a.m.
And you said your zone now is in Lakewood Ranch.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Our county's, the sheriff divides the whole county up into zones.
Correct.
Okay. And what zone is that you're in now?
My zone is North 80, which is Lakewood Ranch, which covers from State Road 70 to University Parkway, from I-75 to Lorraine Road.
And so on September 27th of 2020, what zone were you in if it was something?
North
other-
80.
North 80.
Yes, ma'am.
And during your shift that day, did you
There
respond
you
to
go. We got him in right there. Get him in the
11327
movie.
White Rock Terrace?
As a hologram, though.
And what was the nature of the call?
It came out originally as a 911 call that a female
We
had
got the budget for it,
come
though,
to the
Katie.
neighbor's house and she had a gun with her.
And when you hear a call such as that, does it affect how you respond to the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And how does it do that?
It's depending on the situation. Sometimes it's priority lights and sirens. Sometimes it's a normal response.
And how about once you arrive at the scene, does it affect how you would react when you got to the scene?
Yes, ma'am. Per protocol, we park
Has anyone seen the new
minimum
Twister
2
movie?
houses away from the actual caller's address.
And is that based on the fact that there was a firearm?
Correct.
Thank you. And did you do that in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you know how long it took you to arrive, since you were in your same zone? If you had to guess.
That's an adjacent, that's North 70. It's
Oh,
an
I'm
adjacent
sorry.
zone.
Oh,
I would
Vic, we're gonna need more
guess
details now. What is
probably
Rocky
15
the
minutes.
roller rabbit?
And I think I didn't ask the right
What-
questions earlier. You were in zone North 80 then.
Correct.
Where was this call?
North 70.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
I messed that up. And when you arrived, what did you do?
What is a roller
Again,
rabbit?
per protocol, I
Rocky the
parked a few
roller
houses
rabbit.
away.
Like
I
Rocky from
observed a
Bullwinkle?
vehicle parked on the opposite side of the
Rocky
street directly
Bullwinkle?
across.
We
the
need more
911 college
details. You can't
residence.
just drop a bomb on us
So
like
I
that.
took up a position behind that vehicle because I was the only deputy on scene at the time. I was waiting there behind the
Yes.
vehicle for additional
Everyone.
deputies to arrive on scene.
And
Not
did they
anyone
arrive?
else. It's
Yes,
everyone
ma'am.
else. And then take
And
off the
how long after
question
were you
mark.
there, you think, by yourself?
A minute maybe.
And once the additional deputies arrive, what happens?
See, Vic,
The second deputy arrived was Deputy Vreeland.
Public
That
wants
was his
more.
zone. Dispatch still had the 911
public
caller on
wants
the
more
phone.
details.
So
Rocky
had
the
the,
rabbit. Oh, Rocky was a squirrel. Why did I
Vreeland
even
told
ask
dispatch
Rocky
to have the
Bullwinkle?
911
Was
caller
Rocky the roller
tell the
rabbit?
female to come out with her hands up.
And did she do that?
Yes, ma'am, she did.
And were you able to observe her at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you make any observations about her person?
Just she was visibly upset.
And did you see any injuries?
Not that I observed, no.
And did you notice anything about her clothes? Was it ripped or have
No,
any?
ma'am. She was wearing a sports bra, shorts, and sneakers.
And they seem to be intact.
Seemed to be intact, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. When she exited the home?
No, ma'am.
What happened to her once she exited?
Deputy Vreeland proceeded forward to the middle of the road and placed her into handcuffs. And being as my car was the closest, we brought her to my car, placed her in the back seat of my car.
And why would
Can we approach for a moment?
Yes.
Wait, Ed Harris for this guy? Okay, I need to go back to him. I got to look at him again. Well, this is good. All right, so we won't fast forward to the sidebar. We need to find out about Rocky. Rocky was a rabbit, the mascot for Skateland. I would call up skate during open sessions, skate through the mall, handing out 2-for-1 passes. It was awesome. Hot. So you were like the most popular guy in the mall. All right. Rocky was okay. So what did Rocky was he? Rocky was he like gray, white, like what a brindle pattern? What do we have here for Rocky the rabbit? Did you have like a vest and a tuxedo? Like what do we need? What else do we need to know about Rocky Rabbit here? And the mall just let you skate through it in a giant rabbit costume, handing out flyers and stuff.
And I think I was asking you why she was placed in cuffs and put in the police car.
Due to the circumstances and officer safety.
Thank you, sir. And at that time, actually, strike that. What was the next thing you did?
Other deputies were arriving on scene. So I yelled to any deputies that were there were multiple, to watch Miss Benefield in the back of my car, while myself, Deputy Vreeland, and I believe it was Detective Jones, proceeded to the house to clear the residence.
And would that have been that house next door to the 911 callers?
Correct. Directly next
And-
door.
Thank you. And did you enter that home?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did you enter the home?
Through the front door.
Did you notice anything outside the house?
Yes, ma'am. There was a large moving van. I believe it was a U-Haul in the driveway, and the garage door was open. Looked like they were moving stuff.
The big door
Yes,
was up. Okay. And when you went in through the front door, were you the first person or was Deputy Vreeland in front of you?
Deputy Vreeland was first. I was second, and Detective Jones was third.
And was the door locked, if you know?
No.
And what happened once you got inside?
As we entered the house, I observed the first bedroom to the left. I observed just a pair of legs, basically just above the knee down. Deputy Vreeland immediately.
Bill
took that
Paxton
room
also
to
played
check it.
Chet,
Myself,
the
and
older
Detective
brother
Jones
in
proceeded to the rest of the
Weird
house to clear the
Science.
rest of the house.
And
Don't
what
forget
are you
that,
doing
too.
when you clear a house?
Making sure there's nobody else in there that could be hurt or injured or any threats.
And did you find anyone else in the home other than the set of legs you left with Deputy Vreeland?
No, ma'am.
It's got Sandra
And did you
Bullock
ever
in
go
it.
back into that bedroom?
You should watch it,
No,
Katie.
ma'am.
And did you remain in the residence?
No, ma'am.
Where did you go?
Myself and Detective Jones immediately left the residence, and I went straight to my patrol car and proceeded to get inside my patrol car to sit with Miss Benefield.
Your Honor, can I have just a second?
Yes.
So Andrea and Katie, you need to watch it when we come back streaming live Monday morning. Okay.
At some point, did you ask, well, was EMS on scene when you were on scene?
There was so much going on. I don't know if they had
here
arrived
we go.
while we were in clearing the house or
Hey,
they
Deputy, zip it
arrived
here. We got to
right
talk
after.
about
I'm not sure exactly when
Rocky
they arrived.
Rabbit here.
Okay, but at some point,
Gray
they were
Rabbit,
there.
typical
Yes,
full mascot
And,
costume. He
did
had
you
shorts
ask
and a
them to check
Hawaiian
with
shirt.
Benefield to make sure
Yes,
she
ma'am.
was okay?
No issues as long as I was
And did she
safe
require
in
any
the
medical
mall.
treatment?
No.
It was a good gig.
What was the next thing that you did?
Sat in my car with Miss Benefield and waited till I was directed what to do.
And were you eventually given some direction?
Yes, I was advised to transport her down to the main sheriff's office in Bradenton.
Well, I just saw it
for
the
interviews.
other day
That's
on
the
the
one by the mall?
they just
Yes, ma'am.
repeated it or whatever.
And
on
once you
TBS
got
or
there,
something.
how long
Not
is
like I
that
saw it
ride?
in the
20
years.
to 30
Not
minutes.
that old.
Once you got there, what did you do?
Okay,
Once
maybe I did
upon
see
my
it.
arrival, escorted Miss Benefield up to the entrance where I believe was Detective
Yes, Bill
Justin
Paxton was
Warren
Chet.
was there, and I believe one of Miss Benefield's attorneys was there as well.
The role he was born to play.
And did you conduct any further
Wait,
investigation in this
wait.
No,
case?
ma'am.
Who's who?
Thank you,
He
sir.
was
I don't have any
Wyatt's older
questions.
brother,
Any
right?
more questions?
Or was he Garrett's older brother?
Yes, sir.
Gary's older brother. Look at you. Is there anything Rocky or Rabbit can't
Afternoon,
do?
Deputy.
Good afternoon, sir.
A few questions. If you don't understand any of my questions, please just ask me to repeat them.
Yes, sir.
I think you told us Ms. Benefield's condition emotionally on that day when you saw her was she was hysterical.
Visibly upset.
In distinguishing between visibly upset and hysterical, can we agree that you felt she may have been in shock?
I honestly wouldn't know. I just observed her to be visibly upset and crying. I didn't see any hysteria or anything like that involved.
Okay, you're basically like any deputy trained in basic first aid, no?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, so you would recognize shock if you saw it.
Possibly.
All right. Do you recall giving a deposition in this case, Deputy Brawl, on August 20th, 2021?
Yes, sir.
Okay. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Let me hand this to you and see
Sure. I have a copy as well.
if that refreshes your recollection at all.
Yeah, honestly, I don't even recall everything I said in the deposition due to the time frame.
And in seeing it now, does it help refresh your recollection?
Yeah.
Okay. So once again, on that particular day, did you think she may have been in shock?
According to my deposition, yes.
May I approach you on it?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Shock, schmuck. Come on. All right. While we're waiting, go ahead. Power rank the Bill
You told
Paxton
us
and Bill
that
Pullman
When
movies.
she was initially placed in your squad car, she had on a sports bra.
That's what I would say it was, yes.
Yeah, no, that's fine. My question runs to whether or not at some point following that, a request was made and a deputy brought a cover shirt for Miss Benefield to wear.
I don't recall a request being made. I just recall Deputy Reeling bringing out a shirt and pair of shoes. I don't know who made that request.
She put the shirt on.
I believe so, yes.
I want to ask you for a minute about report writing. Did you write a report that reflects your participation in this particular case?
I did a supplemental report, yes, sir.
Okay, that's pretty routine for deputies, is it not?
Yes, sir.
In fact, Deputy Burrell, would it be a fair statement to say that in Police Academy, they actually train you in report writing and how important it is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that would be because, can you even give us an estimation of how many calls you might respond to in a month?
It'd be very hard.
Okay. And by documenting significant things in your report, you don't have to rely on your memory 8 months, 2 years, 3 years down the road.
Most of the time, yeah. As with any call, sometimes you remember things after the fact.
Of course. So I want to ask you if you independently recall.
Thank you, Andrea.
On May 7th, 2018.
But Colleen, in that particular order, I just want to make sure I'm clear.
Involving a suspicious person in the driveway of Miss Benefield's home. That would have been right next door to the home that she came walking out of.
I have no recollection of that, sir.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You did a great job, Golden Girl. Don't kid yourself.
Let me pass you your deputy Burrell, see if it refreshes your recollection. Feel free to peruse it.
Sir.
Okay.
But I don't recall it.
You don't doubt that it's.
I don't doubt it's mine.
Report that was authored by you.
You know, sometimes the system gets mixed up, our electronic report writing system.
Yeah.
Still happens today. Sometimes you go to write
Bill
a report.
Paxton was in
Somebody
Titanic?
else's, another deputy's name inadvertently
Sure.
ends up as the primary on that. If you don't catch it, it stays that way.
Yeah. At least as we sit here now, you don't have any reason to suspect that's the case, as opposed to it being an
It's
earlier.
Possible.
Let me finish.
Okay.
As opposed to it being an earlier report that you compiled that you just don't have any memory of this far forward.
It's possible.
Okay. So with the court's permission, if that memorializes your perception of that call on that day, I want to ask you a couple of questions, if I may.
Again, I don't recall this, so I don't think I can answer questions related to.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about the old, yes. Okay. You can't watch it anymore? Well, I don't want to spoil anything about Titanic, but the boat sinks. It's been out 25 years, more than 25 years. You haven't seen it now. I can spoil it. The boat sinks. Yes, Jim, that's right. Bill Pullman was in Spaceballs. I'd have to rearrange my power rankings now. Yeah, Andrea. Yeah, at the end of the boat sinks. So you don't need to see it. Yes. Thank you, Jim. Yep. Spoiler alert there. In the movie Titanic, the boat sinks. It's too long. You can just fast forward to the part where the boat sinks. All right, what are these guys doing here? Come on. Let's get back to, come on. All right, let's get back to Bill Pullman. Paxton, who's this guy? Who's playing him in the
Again,
movie?
as I previously stated, if you're one of the responding deputies, sometimes that was an old system. We're on a new system, still does the same thing. Sometimes it can inadvertently.
Well,
put
it's not
one of
in the
other
theater
deputies on there
anymore.
as the
You got to
primary.
watch it on
So if you don't
streaming,
catch it,
or if you
report
still have
goes
your
through
VHS
without a
copy. I don't
name
know.
on it. So it's all electronic.
Now, that's 2 times you've explained that.
Mhm.
So are you telling us that that is the standard practice, that dispatch makes a mistake?
It's
and
not
the
dispatch,
deputies
sir.
Don't catch it?
It's not dispatch. It's
It
just a
would
mistake.
be the exception. Could we agree?
It could possibly, it can happen. It does
Okay.
happen. Yes.
So now, let me ask my question to you.
Golden, what are you
again.
doing? Are you just
Okay.
trying to stir up a hornet's
Among
nest here?
Information that goes into an incident report. Does it identify the deputy who is making the report?
Usually, yes.
All right. Does this identify the deputy that was making?
But what about the
report?
buoyancy
identifies
of the
me.
door? We don't take that into consideration,
Well, I
though.
would
If
like
Jack
to
gets on
ask
it, what
you,
if it sinks?
Deputy
Because
Bro.
then
Is who the complainant
the weight
was.
of 2
That's
people.
another piece of information that's inserted in a report.
Did you ever think
is
of
it
that?
not?
Correct.
Okay, and the nature of the complaint as well.
Correct.
Okay.
The buoyancy
So
and
let
the
me-
water displacement. Where's our resident scientist
What was the
people
objection, Your Honor?
here?
I'm sorry.
Lack of foundation.
Does this report that you've seen include?
Yes, that's my
The
point.
information that we
Could
just
sink if we get on
discussed,
there.
the nature of the call and who the complaint was.
Yes.
Now, without leaving it to your memory,
Okay, if you could approach, please.
Wait, we're approaching again? Oh my goodness. Maybe Jack could have been on the other side of the door. Just putting it up there. All right, let's come on. There's a German efficiency here. Let's come on, Copper. Let's talk.
Ashley Benefield.
would you tell us what the date of the complaint was?
Yeah, KL, I think so. If you haven't seen it, then I
2018.
pretty much.
And will you tell us what the nature of the call was?
Oh,
According to the
savage.
narrative here,
Don't read the narrative. Just
Um,
tell us the nature of the.
I have to read through the narrative to be able to tell you because I don't recall this.
You got to take that up with Judge White.
What's been allowed is not detailed, just a
Correct. Yeah.
very general description.
Yes, sir. I understand. Yeah.
Woody Harrelson? Maybe. I'm not sure I'm sold on Woody Harrelson for this guy.
Okay, and the nature of the call?
Person in their driveway suspected to be Douglas Benefield.
And that was at what address?
That would be 11/3/31.
And what was the time of the call?
21:54 hours. So that would be 9:54 p.m.
Nighttime.
Yes, sir.
Definitely see Jeff Daniels more than Woody Harrelson for this guy. Of course, Jeff Daniels played in one of the greatest movies of all time, Dumb and
Your
Dumber.
Honor, I have another report, but we have an objection.
Yeah, I spoiled it. Oh, where's she going? Wait. They do. They get confused a lot. Yes, I gotta say, Dumb and Dumber is one of the greatest movies ever. And I mean, ever. Wait, oh, we go too far? Wait. All right, let's see. Let's just see what this guy's got to say. Is he done? Think Jeff Daniels could look around like that? Move his eyes like that? Well, don't spoil that. That's, I don't know. Well, also, that's been over 25 years. If you haven't seen it by now, come on.
So, Deputy Burrow, I have
Expected the Rocky Mountains to be a whole lot rockier than
one
this.
of your calls. Apparently, you cover a lot of ground.
Yes, sir.
I want to ask you if you recall, and now this is going back to the 19, specific December 8th, 2019. You obviously worked the night shift at 2055. Suspicious
Tell
person
Marie,
call in progress at.
I don't know if we can be friends anymore. Okay, you have to see it immediately. It's such a good movie.
"11332 White Rock Terrace in Bradenton." Do you recall that?
Yes, tell her, Katie.
Thanks very much, Deputy.
Carl, you haven't seen it either?
Redirect.
Oh, my goodness.
I don't have anything, Judge. Thank you.
All right, can this witness be released?
Yes.
Go watch Dumb and Dumber, and you'll know all you need to know about American
Yes,
culture.
Keep him, all right. Sir, you're released from your subpoena.
Wait, Mindy.
Recall.
What are you doing? Mindy, have you seen Dumb and Dumber?
You're not releasing your subpoena. The rule of sequestration has been invoked, so you're not to discuss your testimony, the questions asked, or the testimony given here in the courtroom with anyone, including the attorneys, or any other witness, or anyone else. And you're not to view or watch or talk with any witnesses about their testimony.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Radio? We don't need the radio.
Okay, state.
Thank you. Stay with Paul John Jones. I think the deputy already has together.
Sure.
Oh, and Judge, I will need the system for this one. Please.
Oh, who's this guy? Mock. Yeah. Ing. Yeah.
Hello, sir. How are you?
Bird.
Judge White,
Yeah.
just make yourself comfortable in that
Yeah.
chair. Get about 12 to 15 inches
Yeah.
from the microphone and adjust up, down, left, right, however you need it.
Mindy, maybe you should just
can
tell us
allow
the movies
your
that you
voice to
have
be able to
seen.
hear everything. If we hear you breathing, you know you're too close.
Yes, sir.
May I inquire?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please state your full
It
name
might
and
look
spell your
that, but
last
it
name
is
for the
it
record.
is full
John Jones,
highbrow
Jones.
cinema.
And
You
how are
will
you
not
employed?
regret watching
I'm a
Dumb and
detective
Dumber.
in Manatee County Sheriff's Office
And how long have you been so employed?
since September of 2014.
And what are your current duties at the sheriff's office?
I am currently,
And does that mean you investigate property crimes?
yes,
Okay. And back in September of 2020, were you in that same unit or a different unit?
a different unit,
And what was that unit?
the Violent Crimes Task Force.
And what are your primary duties as a member of the Violent Crimes Task Force?
Investigate violent or aggravated circumstance, respond to same.
And when you,
You don't
what
like
kind
Tom
of
Hanks?
education did you obtain to become a law
So,
enforcement
Kale, you
officer?
can't power rank the
Went
Tom
through
Hanks
basic
movies
law
for us, then,
enforcement
can
academy
you?
in Valencia and Orlando.
And since then, have you continued to take classes through the sheriff's office?
Yes,
And do you take some on providing first
I was
responder
way off.
aid as a first responder?
yes.
Thank you. I want to draw your attention to September 27th, 2020. As a member of VCTF at the time, did you work a specific shift?
I work 3 p.m. to 3 a.m.
And was that the correct, or is that the shift you were working at that time?
Yes, it is.
Sorry, I got distracted. And did you work, does VCTF have a zone or are they in the whole county?
They're a countywide task force.
And during your shift on the 27th of September 2020,
All right, that's
did
fine.
you respond
Want
to
to
a
power rank the
call
Tom
on
Cruise movies
White
for us
Rock
there,
Terrace?
Jim?
Yes, I did.
And is that here in Manatee County?
It is.
And how did you find out about this call?
It was dispatched over the radio.
And what was the nature of the call?
Shooting with injury.
I'm missing context, Kel Marie, if
And
that
does
is
the nature
directed
of the
towards
call
me.
affect how you respond?
It does.
And how did you
And are you
respond
doing the
to this
opposite,
call?
Kel Marie?
Lights and
Like we told you
sirens
to?
activated.
And is that because of the fact that there was a shooting?
Yes.
Do you remember how long it took you to get over to White Rock Terrace?
Not
Yes.
very long.
Where you were close in the area?
I was
Yes.
at
Many
State
of
Road
us do,
64 in
Mindy.
Lakewood Ranch Boulevard when it came out.
And when you,
Oh, here we go.
what
Golden
kind of
Girl
area
understood the
is this where
assignment.
this
Tom
home
Hanks,
is?
Forrest Gump. You've got
Residential.
Mail, Sleepless in
Like a
Seattle.
subdivision?
Subdivision, yes.
And when
Two
you arrived, were other law
rom-coms in
enforcement
there, I'm
officers already on
noticing.
scene?
Yes.
Several or just a few?
Oh, boy.
A few.
Look at this.
And what did
Top
you do
Gun,
when
The
you
Firm,
first
Risky
arrived?
Business, Days of Thunder,
I was
Mission
asked to
Impossible. We got
ensure
5.
Nobody come out of the back of a residence.
In that order, Jim?
And
nobody came out of the back of the residence.
okay. And after that, what did you do?
I went to the front of the residence to
We
clear
don't
the
hate
house
here.
to
There's
ensure
nothing but
there was
love.
No person inside the house.
And was that the same house or was the back of the residence the neighboring house?
I
Back
feel
of the
your
residence
pain,
was
brother.
the neighboring house.
So you
I feel
started
your
at the
pain.
back of the house next door to the one where you
You
eventually entered?
who
Yes.
Okay.
gives away your family
And-
members for casing. It's just a hopeless romance.
You said you went over to the neighboring house. Did you notice anything about the outside?
Wow, these are all like
That's fine.
old school. These
And
are all
when
like
do you recall how
1980s
you
Tom
entered that
Hanks.
Yes, through the front door. of the
Thank you.
residence.
So like he peaked early for you, huh, Kel?
And what was the purpose for going in there?
To ensure that there was no person inside that was armed and to render aid to anybody inside.
And did you find anyone inside the home?
I did.
And who was it? Or was it a man or a woman?
It was a man.
The alien. You talking about Tom
and where
Cruise?
was he?
He was in a
Oh, here we go.
bedroom.
And was he
13.
standing up or?
No, he was lying down.
And can you kind of describe what you observed in that bedroom?
Yes, I observed the male laying down on the floor, sort of in the middle of the floor. He had a gunshot wound to his right about here, and then another one down by his leg. There was
All right.
Blood under
Mindy,
his right.
care to power rank the Johnny Depp
was
movies?
this room set up with a bed and a dresser and all those things, or did it look different?
That's
It
Joe
looked
versus
like
the
it was empty.
volcano.
And based
Oh,
on
yes.
that room and the other rooms, did it appear
That's
someone was
his-
either
that's
moving
his
in
first
or
one
out
with
of that
Meg
home?
Ryan, I believe,
Yes,
isn't
it
it?
did.
And what were you've told us you observed what you believe to be gunshot wounds. Did you make any other observations of him?
Yes, he was wearing gray shorts and a gray shirt or a dark colored shirt.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Detective, I'm gonna show you what's been pre-marked
There you go,
as
Daniela.
states 2 and 3. Will you take a look and tell me if you recognize those items?
Yes.
I'm just gonna leave here for 1 second. Other than, how do you
Jerry
recognize them?
Maguire. You snuck in
This is
another
the
rom
shirt
com,
that
and that one's
the
a sneaky
defendant
one,
or
Jerry
victim
Maguire,
is
because it's
wearing.
got like
And
sports.
that's
It's got
states
football,
2,
and then
that's
it's
the
like
states 3.
no, it's
These are the
just
shorts
a
the
sappy
victim was
rom
wearing.
com that
And other
you
than having been
complete me.
repackaged for
It's
trial,
that
they
one's
appear to
deceptive.
be in the same or substantially the same condition when you saw them.
Yes.
Just
Your Honor,
saying.
This time the state would ask to enter and publish states 2 and 3.
No objection.
Received.
And, Detective, I'm just gonna hold this up. This is states 2. This is the shirt the victim you found was wearing.
Yes.
And it appears to have been cut. Do you know how that happened?
Yes, I cut it
And what was the purpose of cutting it?
to check for injuries.
And then this is states 3. These are the shorts that he was wearing?
Yes.
Okay. And they're also cut. Did you do that?
I did not.
Do you know how that would have occurred?
Hot take.
Likely by emergency medical services.
Is that
Katie
normal
bringing
for
the
EMS
hot
to have to
take.
remove clothing like you did the shirt?
Yes.
As to these shorts in states 3, can you look at them and tell me what the size is?
I know it's hard, but we do hard things
men's
here on
30.
Viva Las Vegas
Thank you.
2.0.
And,
Johnny
as
Depp. Here we
to
go.
the
What is it?
shirt
What's
in
eating Gilbert
states
Grape?
2,
Edmund Scissorhands.
Can you look at
All
that
of the
and tell
pirates
me
except for the
what
fourth
size
one.
is?
Alice in Wonderland,
My
Benny and
glasses. Hold
June.
on a minute. Size small.
Thank you, sir.
Interested. It's the same character in different clothes.
Other than cutting his shirt, well, let me ask you this first. Did you touch him?
I did.
And how did he feel?
He was cool to the touch.
And did you attempt to provide medical aid?
I did.
And how so?
I began packing wounds to initiate CPR before EMS arrived on scene.
And what does that mean, packing wounds?
Putting gauze over wounds to keep whatever's inside.
Mike.
Doing compressions.
How are you?
And did you eventually start CPR?
No.
And why not?
We're just power ranking
EMS
ABBA
arrived on
songs,
scene.
Mike. Go ahead.
And were they very far behind you when
I
you
don't even
arrived?
know what we've power ranked.
Not very far, but I can't remember exactly how long.
And while you were attempting to provide medical aid, was somebody else taking some
Maybe someone
photos
should
of
power
the scene
rank
as
the
you
power
found it?
rankings
Yes.
of all the things
And-
we've power ranked.
I'm going to show you states 18, 19, and 20. Will you take a
Sweeney
look and tell me
Todd.
if you recognize those photos?
That's so dark.
18 is me checking for the pulse on the victim.
Just take a look at them real quick and tell me if you recognize them first.
Yes.
Okay. And
Yes.
and are those photos that we just discussed that were taken while your
Dancing
attention
Queen
to
all day
days?
long.
Yes.
All right.
And do they appear to fairly and accurately depict the scene as you recall it from
I had
September
Dancing Queen
27th,
number 2
2020?
behind
Your Honor, the
Fernando.
state would ask to enter states
Me
18,
personally.
19, and 20 and publish the same.
May I just see them, Your Honor?
Of course.
Oh, there we go. Yes, Johnny Depp, Bill Paxton, and Bill Pullman, Tom Cruise movies,
No
and
objection.
ABBA. Those are the things we've power
18,
ranked.
19, and 20 will be received.
And now Golden Girl is officially watching Jack Reacher. She got a
Detective, I'm
So when
gonna-
you
certificate.
say publish, you mean up here?
Yes, sir.
All right. Get the lunch, please.
Detective, I'm going to show you right. Let me give you this in case you need it. It's a pointer. It has like a red button in case you need it with a dot. I'm going to show you states 18 and ask you to describe what is depicted in 18.
That is me checking the victim for a pulse.
I don't know. Is Jim
After
alone
the
there?
baby
Anyone else
has
can't
been
stand
placed.
ABBA?
And that's you on the right, that's your head.
Yes, sir.
And on the left, is that another deputy?
Yes, it is.
And you said after placing the AED, what is that?
It's a defibrillator.
And is that the stickers we see on his body?
Yes, those pads there.
Thank you. And I'm going to show you states 19.
States 19.
Yes. Is this the victim as you found him?
Yes, it is.
And those are the shorts we just saw.
Yes.
Thank you. And then states 20.
Yes.
Is this the position you found when you found him? Is this the same position he was in?
Yes.
Okay. And in the right top right of this picture, there appears to be something tan. Do you know what that is?
Here the mattress stood up against.
Thank you. Thank you, Detective. Did you make any other observations of evidence in that bedroom? Okay. And what was that?
There were 4 spent shell casings and 1 projectile in the room.
And a projectile, is that what I might call a bullet?
Yes.
And did you see anything, did you do anything else in the house after EMS took over aid?
No, we exited the residence and it was secured pending a search warrant.
And did you conduct any other investigation in this case?
No, I did not.
Judge, can I have just a moment?
Of course.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you, Detective.
Yes, ma'am.
Cross?
Couple brief questions. Deputy Jones, afternoon.
Afternoon, sir.
You were not, or you were the first deputy that made contact with Mr. Benefield.
I was one of the first. I couldn't tell you I was the first, but I was one of the first in the house, yes.
Were any other deputies in contact with Mr. Benefield prior to yourself?
Not to my knowledge, no.
All right. Had Mr. Benefield been moved at any time?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Did you ever witness anyone moving him?
Yes.
Other deputies?
EMS.
And the EMS?
Just EMS.
Just EMS?
Yes, sir.
No other deputies?
Not to my knowledge, no.
And EMS, correct me if I'm wrong, did they drag him out of the room?
I believe so, yes.
That's all. Thank you.
Redirect?
I don't have anything, Judge.
Can this witness be released? State?
Yes.
Defense?
Yes.
Sir, you're released from your subpoena. You're free to go.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you. Back on. All right, State?
Yes, you got to watch it again and again and again.
What, 18, 19, and 20?
Sure, 2 and 3.
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry, I should have asked.
As I said, members of the jury, just take each of these items, take a look at the first one, pass it on. These will go back with you in the jury room during your deliberations. You'll have as long as you want to analyze and look at them.
They always freak out when you leave the scene of an accident. All right, what are we doing here? Do we need to get through with some alacrity here.
Announce your next witness, please.
This day was Ackerman.
Okay, fine. We'll call our witness. Let's go.
Hello, sir. Sir. As the deputy said, just make yourself comfortable in that chair. Get about 12 to 15 inches from that microphone. It does adjust up, down, left, right as you need it. Probably just, yeah, there you go. And just talk in a loud, clear voice right into the microphone.
Yes, sir.
All right, Golden Girl.
Good afternoon.
Who you got?
Afternoon.
Play
Please state
him
your
in
full
the
name and
made for
spell your
TV
last name for
movie.
the record.
Tyler James Ackerman, Ackerman.
And by whom are you employed?
I work for the Manatee County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you worked for the sheriff's office?
Just about 9.5 years.
And what are your current duties with the sheriff's office?
Currently, I'm a violent crimes task force detective.
And were those the same duties you had in September of 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are your daily activities as a violent crimes task force detective?
What area?
Well, maybe Mike
What do you do?
Gravelin from
Your-
Law Talk with Mike.
Okay.
You
So
got the
we'll
acting
go out
chops.
to
Maybe you could
assist
play this
patrol
guy in the
with
movie.
calls for service pertaining to shootings, stabbings, robberies, stuff of that
I mean,
nature.
you're a
And we'll
celebrity,
also
just like
assist
the other
other
people we've
detectives
named.
with investigations.
Thank you. And what kind of training did you obtain to become a law enforcement officer?
Prior to becoming a law enforcement officer, I went to Police Academy, which is a full term for
There you go,
6
Kelmarie.
months. And then after that, there's additional training that we receive at the
There he
agency
is.
to include in-service training, about a 3-month program that'll get us ready for on the road to be able to pass to become a solo deputy.
And does that training in the academy and going forward involve firearms?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you do before you were a law enforcement officer?
Prior to law enforcement officer, I was in the United States Army.
And when you were in the
Sorry, I didn't hear it.
I was in the United States Army, sir.
Thank you.
and when you were in the Army, did you also receive firearms training?
Yes.
And when you were in the Army, were you in a position where you carried a gun regularly?
Yes, I was an infantryman. That was my job.
And as a law enforcement officer, do you,
Easy
and a member of
there.
VCTF, do you carry a gun every day?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you, are
He
you
carries a
required to
gun
go out
every
to the
day.
range and make sure you know how guns operate?
Correct. We're required annually to pass a test, but then we're also given the opportunity to go out to the range to practice and do more because it takes more than shooting once a year to be proficient.
And do you do that?
Yes, ma'am.
And I want to ask you a little bit about September 27th, 2020. As a member of VCTF, were you working shift?
Yes, ma'am. We work 3 p.m. to 3 a.m. That's our standard shift, unless something else that's happening in the county dictates that we change it.
And do you work in a specific area?
We have the as our jurisdiction.
And during your shift that night, did you respond to White Rock Terrace?
Yes, ma'am.
And how were you informed of this call?
I believe it was through the radio. There was a shooting that was dispatched. And I couldn't tell you exactly how many of the members of my team, but we were together on a meal break.
And how long did it take you to get over there, if you recall?
I couldn't give an exact time frame, but maybe about 10, 15 minutes. I'm not 100% sure.
When you arrived, what did you observe going on?
When I first got to the scene, there was an ambulance that was parked in front of, I believe, the incident location. And there was a stretcher that was being loaded into the back of the ambulance where there was a male that I visually observed on the stretcher.
And did you see a female?
Yes, there was a female that was being placed in the back of a marked patrol car, I believe. But I saw her for seconds, and then she was placed inside the vehicle.
And were there
Looks
a lot
like
of law
he left to
enforcement on scene?
even
Yes.
know that we have
And
cast
what,
him in
if
our
anything,
made for
were you
TV
tasked?
movie.
Initially, when we get to a scene, we wait to see what needs to continue to be investigated or what people need help with. And there was information that said that the defendant went to the neighbor's house after the incident that took place. So myself, Detective Din, and I believe somebody from patrol went to that residence to make contact with the neighbor.
And what was your purpose of making contact?
To have an interview completed with the neighbor to see what he knew happened.
And that home, and I apologize if you just said it, is directly next door.
Correct. If you're looking
Yeah,
at the front
I
of
do
the
that.
incident location, it's the first
Oof,
house
I do that.
to the left.
Sorry, Vic.
And what
Hopefully
happened
we
when
can
you
still
got
be
over there?
friends.
When we went over there, Detective Din completed the interview with the neighbor. And then after the interview, we collected a multi-waiver for the house.
And what is that?
Multi-waiver is a form. It's two-sided, and it has multiple different.
We have an unlimited
agreements that we
budget,
can have.
Daniela.
So if we go to a scene for this particular case, the
See,
multi-waiver
I
is
think
something that
that's
we
more of a problem.
collect from the person to get consent to
Okay,
enter and search their
I think
house
that's more
with their
of a problem.
permission in lieu of having a search warrant written sent to a judge.
And was Mr. Stant okay with you entering his house?
Yeah, I believe so. Yes, I believe he
Well,
signed
then
it,
I
but
don't know.
have
Give me
not
who's
seen
going to be
the
his
multi-waiver in 4
understudy.
years, so.
Okay. And were you listening in on the interview? And I don't want you to tell me what was said between Detective Den and Mr. Sant.
I was there for a portion of the interview, but not the entire thing.
Was something that you heard in the interview, did it cause you to go do something else?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what was that?
To collect a firearm that was inside the residence.
Okay. And did you enter Mr. Sant's home?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you locate the firearm?
Yes.
And where was it?
If you were looking at the front door, as soon as the front door opens, immediately to your left on the ground was the firearm, and it was just below a window that was next to the door.
And what, if any, observations did you make about the firearm?
Be careful, Colleen. I
Initially,
think they're
the
going
first
to turn on
observation
you if
was
you're
that there was a
suggesting
magazine
that
inside the firearm.
Kim
Appeared
Blandino
to be a
play
semi-automatic black
the
pistol.
role of Task
And,
Force
the slide,
Daddy.
which is the portion of the top of the pistol that retracts to unload a round after it's fired and then load a new round, was partially to, it wasn't completely seated in the forward position. There's a very small amount of it that was to the back.
And did you examine the gun on scene to determine why it was like that?
Yes.
And what did you see?
When I saw that, the firearm, you could see a little bit of ammunition or a round of ammunition inside the chamber. But then after that, that was the only observation I could see with it on the ground.
And did it appear, and was that a live round?
When I cleared the ammunition that was inside the chamber was an unfired live round that was still able to be fired or appeared to be able to be fired.
And I guess I should ask you, once you find a firearm, what do you do with it?
Generally, the first task is to make it safe, clear the firearm.
And so what does that mean?
So it would be pointed in a safe direction. The magazine is always the first thing to be removed from the firearm.
Colleen.
So if you pull the slide to the rear and the magazine is still inside the firearm, one round will eject, but it will subsequently load another round into the chamber, which would make it still a live weapon.
And so did you remove the magazine?
Yeah, the magazine was removed first, and then after that, the slide was locked to the rear to prevent the slide from going forward. And when the slide was pulled to the rear, that's when the live round of ammunition was ejected out of the chamber.
Thank you. And at some point, did you take a photograph of the firearm?
Yes.
I'd like to show you what's been pre-marked as state 17. Will you take a look and tell me if you recognize that photo?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
That's the firearm that I photographed and collected.
And does that photograph appear to accurately depict the firearm?
Yes.
I warned you, Colleen.
Your Honor, the state would ask
I
to
warned you.
enter and publish state 17.
Mr. Taylor, is there any objection to the admission of state 17?
No, sir.
Received.
And Your Honor, once I'm done, can I just have it passed?
Okay.
Thank you. Once you made the firearm safe, what'd you do with it?
After that, it was placed in a new property bag.
And then did you take it to property and evidence yourself?
No, ma'am.
And what'd you do with it?
I waited with the firearm until CST, I believe it was CST Conlon, arrived to the neighbor's house and took custody of the firearm.
And a CST, what is that?
Crime scene technician, ma'am.
And were you asked to conduct any further investigation in this case?
No.
Anything else? I don't have any other questions. Thank you, Detective.
Thank you.
All right, if we could go ahead and publish state 17. Mr. Taylor, hold on one second. They're
I
publishing
can see
state
it.
17.
I can see it.
Thank you.
Jeremy Piven would add some weight for the role of a lifetime.
May I see a copy of it?
You can see the actual exhibit. All right, cross-exam.
Afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon, sir.
I think we can agree that your testimony pretty much revolved around the firearm.
Yes, sir.
You have experience with firearms.
Yes, sir.
There's various reasons why a handgun such as this might jam, correct?
Might jam, but what was with the firearm was not consistent with a jam, sir.
Okay.
The firearm was just slightly out of battery, which means that the slide was not locked to the rear.
And that's the exclusive reason for it to have been in the condition that it was, you think?
There's multiple reasons why the slide wouldn't go to the complete forward position,
That's what I
but
want.
what was with the firearm was not what would be consistent with a jam. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so let's concentrate on the slide.
Yes, sir.
Are there various reasons why the slide would have been in that position?
Yes.
Is one of those reasons, Detective, someone who is not holding the gun firmly enough?
One of them can be if the way that the firearm reacts with recoil, especially with a pistol, is when the firearm is shot, it has to be firmly held in place for the slide to actually be able to use its own force to push back, eject around, and load a new one, sir.
Okay, and as a relative expert with firearms, you go to the range regularly, I would assume?
Pretty decently, sir.
All right, and you make certain when you fire a pistol that you are holding it firmly enough so that that doesn't happen?
I do, yes.
Okay. That comes with practice.
I think he's going to ask him here.
And that comes
Coming
with
up,
knowledge
Golden.
of the firearms.
I would say so.
So if somebody were a neophyte in the actual firing of the firearm and was scared and petrified, if they weren't holding it tightly enough, that slide could end up in the position that you found it in.
It could, but I think the thing that normally happens more commonly when it comes to a pistol and a grip being weak is that the round is still going to fire, but what happens is that the slide goes backwards, but it doesn't fully eject the round, which causes something that's called a stovepipe. So the best way that I can explain that is that the firearm wants to load a new round of ammunition into the chamber, but the old round has to come out first. So what happens as the chamber is coming back, it actually goes forward, and then the shell casing that it wanted to eject gets stuck in that slide, so it can't go forward anymore.
Okay. And one of the other ways would be, as we discussed,
It could be, yes, sir.
Yeah.
Could be ammunition, a spring, various things.
failure to hold it tightly.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. No further questions.
Redirect.
Sorry, Golden.
Thank you.
Can this witness be released?
Yep.
Yes, Judge.
Sir?
He can be released. He's gone.
Mr. Taylor? Can the witness be
Yes.
released from his subpoena?
Yes.
All right, sir, you're
Just
released
like
from your
that.
subpoena. You're free to go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just as quickly as he came in. Now he's
No,
leaving.
Maybe I don't need to. Go ahead.
All right.
Okay.
Yes, you're fine, girl. Has nothing to do with you. All right, members of the jury, it's about 3:00, so I think it's a good time to take about 10 or 15 minutes, let you stretch your legs. I'm going to let you go back to the jury room. Please remember, just leave your notes here. Please remember, don't forget.
Oh no. No. We don't have to throw a break. All right, it's our jury here.
My name is Judge White. I'll be presiding over the case. Make yourself comfortable in that chair. Get about 12 to 15 inches from the microphone. There you go. Adjust however you need to. Speak in a nice, clear voice right into that microphone. We'll hear everything.
Thanks, sir.
Please say your last name for the record.
D as in David, V as in Victor, ORACK.
And by whom are you employed?
Manatee County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been so employed?
12 years.
And what are your current duties with the Sheriff's Office?
I'm a crime scene tech.
How long have you been a crime scene technician?
6 years.
And what did you do prior to becoming a crime scene technician?
I was a 911 dispatcher.
And as a crime scene tech, when you changed over from dispatch to crime scene, did you have to
Maya
go through some training?
Rudolph.
Yes, I did.
Okay, I gotta
And
see her again.
Can you tell the jury about that?
We do an in-house training. It's usually 3 to 6 months. We have certain criteria that we need to get checked off on by our own training officers as well as the unit
Maybe.
manager. And he deems it
Maybe.
appropriate when we're able to respond to calls and process evidence on our own.
And were you working as a crime scene tech in September of 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you asked, I'm going to draw your attention specifically to September 27th, 2020. Were you asked to assist in a homicide call that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And what time were you called?
About 20 minutes to 9.
And what were you asked to do?
I was asked to respond to our CID interview area, which is at our main operations center, meet with detectives and obtain photographs.
And what is CID?
Criminal Investigative Division.
And do you know what time did you do that?
Yes, I did.
And do you know what time you arrived?
I arrived at approximately 9:21 that evening.
And were you already said, I think you were asked to take photographs.
Yes, ma'am.
And who was that of?
Ashley Benefield.
And did you do that?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And what's the process for taking pictures of someone?
In this circumstance, we take overall photographs of the person as they are when we first see them, taking identification photos from the front of their face, the sides, and then we take photographs in various forms of them being stood fast in front of us. So we just go in clips from the top all the way down. So we do a face shot to her chest, middle area, and then legs, and then down to the feet. And so that's what we did first.
And then once you do that, what's the next thing you do?
The next thing we do, because I was also requested to, collect her clothing as items of evidence. We will start by removing an item of clothing. We're also checking for further injuries at that time or any marks that need to be identified and that.
21 through 30, will you take a look at them and tell me if you recognize them?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize them?
These are the photographs I obtained that evening.
And do they fairly and accurately depict Miss Benefield as you photographed her on September 27th, 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask through 30.
Action.
None.
They'll be received.
Thank you. And Mr. Bork, you have a laser pointer there. You may have to check if it's on.
It's on.
Okay. I'm going to start with states 21. And so if you'll just kind of, for the record, let me tell us what we're seeing in this picture.
Sure. This is a front identification picture, as we call them, of the subject that we're photographing. Just like an ID photo that you would take on your driver's license.
And did you, when you were taking these photos, is that the time in which you're looking for any injuries?
Yes.
And did you observe any injuries on Miss Benefield's face?
No.
And I'll show you states 22. This is her right side?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And states 23 would be the opposite side, left.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you observe any injuries on either of those sides of her face?
No, ma'am.
And so then you said you kind of just go down the body front and back.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to show you states. Will you tell me what we're seeing here?
This is the mid-torso from her breast line down to her pelvic hip area, with obviously her arms crossed in front of her person.
And states 25.
Is her shin, just above her shins and down to her ankles that are covered by shoes.
Thank you. And states 26.
And this is a rear view of that same photograph.
And when you were taking these photos, did you observe any injuries on her arms or legs?
I believe that I observed some redness on her right forearm, and some slight discoloration on the back of her left leg and upper right side of her right area, right thigh.
And so I'm showing you now states 27. Is that what are you documenting the red mark you saw on her wrist in this photo?
Yes.
And you said at some point, that you did not observe any injuries to her face or head.
I'll overrule.
Thank you. I believe you just testified that you didn't observe any injuries on her face or head. Is that correct?
I did not see any.
But did you document her left? Show you states 28. Is this her left ear?
Yes, ma'am.
And why did you document her left ear?
Her attorney that was present at that evening with her in the room advised me that she had.
Hearsay.
I think it's
Is it
effect on no, it's effect on the listener.
All right, overruled.
Her attorney advised me that she had seen some redness on the defendant's ear. And so I did take it
What are
for
these
posterity
autopsy
reasons,
photos?
photographs of that ear.
What did I come
Thank
back
you.
to?
And then once you took these overall photos that we just saw and documented those, the scratch on her wrist, did you have her remove her t-shirt?
I did.
And did you observe any injuries once she removed her t-shirt?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that?
I noticed a scratch, a little vertical scratch under her right breast area, and then more scratches above her right hip.
I'm going to show you states 29. It's been cropped just for modesty purposes, but can you kind of orient us to where this is on Miss Benefield's body?
Looking straight forward at Miss Benefield, this would be just under the right breast area, just under the bra line.
And go ahead. And
right
then
here is the scratch I was referring to.
thank you. And states 30, are these the scratches you mentioned on her hip?
Yes, so this would be the side of her right hip.
And I'm going to show you the picture. Up there, they kind of look brown, but were they in fact brown?
No, ma'am, they were red.
Thank you. And you said that's her right hip?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Did you observe any other injuries once Miss Benefield removed her clothing?
No, ma'am.
And did you collect her clothing?
I did.
Did you conduct any further investigation after you documented Miss Benefield?
No.
Do you have anything else for her? I don't have any further questions, Mr. Warwick. Defense may. Thank you.
Ooh, we got a hot mic there. I'm whispering.
Cross?
Yes, sir. Your Honor, I think
A lot of
that
shuffling
the
around there.
monitor, did not accurately portray two of the photographs. I wonder if the court have any objection before I begin my cross-publishing these two.
Absolutely not. Go ahead. Just hand him to the deputy. State for the record which numbers they were.
They would have been 29 and 30, Judge.
29 and 30. Thank you.
So was the consensus Maya Rudolph? Who's going to play her in the movie?
All right, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you. Is it Deputy or Ms.?
Crime scene Dvorak or Mrs.
Okay. Are you a licensed deputy or?
No, I'm not classified as civilian,
Civil? Okay. That is the sheriff
sir.
as a crime scene technician.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you, of course, the report of the things that you did on that particular day, did you not?
Yes.
And among other things, as you've explained to us here this afternoon, Ms. Dorvick, you also collected, did you not, DNA swabs?
I did.
Okay, will you tell us what DNA swabs are?
DNA swabs, depending upon what
that's a good
what
one
I'm being
too.
requested to swab, are utilized when I'm trying to get a possible DNA sample from an area. In this circumstance, I believe I took, if I can just refer to my report, Judge?
Please, absolutely. Take your time.
Your
You
Honor.
can refer to your
Thank you.
notes. I don't need to speak for the court, but I'm pretty confident on that one.
I did take a buccal swab. We call it a buccal swab standard from the defendant. And then for this particular case, I took touch DNA swabs, which meaning I was swabbing specific areas that the defendant's counsel had advised me that I needed to swab in accordance to find maybe possibly some of Mr. Benefield's DNA. I believe I swabbed several areas in reference to that.
Okay, and would those areas that you swabbed include Ms. Benefield's hands?
I did swab her forearm and wrist areas, both from the left and the right.
Mm-hmm. Now, I think you referred to that as touch
Oh, wow.
DNA.
Yes.
No one has mentioned
In
her
other
for the
words,
prosecutor.
Trying to break this down in its simplest terms, it would indicate when the results came back whether or not a particular individual may have touched Ashley Benefield in those areas that you swabbed.
If she can answer, overruled.
You may answer.
It is possible, yes.
Okay. And in this instance, by what you just expressed to us, you were taking those touch DNA samples off Miss Benefield's wrists and forearms to check to see if Douglas Benefield had touched her.
Come on, Golden Girl. Doesn't everybody look great?
I believe it was just
in
to see
bright
if
blue
any touch
eyeshadow?
DNA profile came back.
Okay, would Douglas Benefield be included in that?
I don't know for certain. I did not send off the swab, so I'm not sure who they were actually putting a profile against or running it against to.
Okay, so you swab it, it's sent off to the lab?
The detective is the one who determines what swabs get sent off and who the DNA comparison is related to.
Okay, and the lab analyzes it and sends it back?
Yes.
And when they send it back, they distinguish what individuals may or may not have left their DNA in the areas that you swabbed.
I can't answer that. I don't know what their results look like or what their job entails.
Well, do you know what the end result of your swabbing is for?
I do not.
Okay, you don't know whether it's to establish if somebody touched them in those areas.
I do swab to see if there is multiple or just one DNA profile in that area. But like I said, I don't know who, if they were sending Mr. Benefield's DNA or not.
I understand. So you don't know who, but when you swab, you're swabbing to see whether or not scientifically there's going to be evidence that someone may have touched Miss Benefield in those areas.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Redirect.
Oh, 1 second. Go on. Storvec, you have your report with you?
I do.
Would you look at the first page where you begin listing the areas that you swabbed?
Yes.
Does it not at the bottom also say that you swabbed the suspect's right hand and left hand?
Yes, it does. I
Not the
apologize. I
suspects,
missed that.
Miss
Yes.
Benefield's right hand and left hand.
Yes, it does.
Okay, so you did the right hand, the left hand, the right wrist, the left wrist, the right forearm, and the left forearm.
Yes, the forearms and wrist were one swab individually on both arms. And then, yes, I did swab both her right hand and her left hand individually.
And what do you do with the swabs after you've completed your task?
They are sealed with evidence tape and they are signed on the seal to ensure that the seal is not broken. And then I place them into our property and evidence division, to which the detective deems that they need to be sent off or not.
Who's the lead detective on this case?
Detective Justin Warren.
All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, can the witness be released? State.
Yes.
We have her under subpoena, Your Honor. I'm going to have to ask that you remain under.
All right, ma'am. You're not released from your trial subpoena. The rule of sequestration has been invoked, so you're not to discuss your testimony or the questions asked of you with the attorneys or anyone else, any other witnesses. You're not to talk with any witnesses about their testimony or other evidence. You're not to watch or hear
All right,
anything
who's
about the
next? Who's
proceedings
next? Let's-
until you're released from your subpoena or the jury has been discharged.
Yes, sir.
All right, you can go. So comfortable in that chair. Get about to 12 to 15 inches from that microphone. It adjusts up, down, left, right, however you need. Speak in a loud, clear voice right
So
into it.
efficient. Look how
You should be
fast
able
we
to
get
hear
between
everything. We hear you breathing,
each.
but no, you're too close.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. All right, Ms. Friel.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
It's Amanda Conlon, Conlon.
And by whom are you employed?
I'm Manatee County Sheriff's Office,
And how long have you been so employed?
20 years.
What is your current duties? What are your current duties?
A crime scene technician.
And have you been a crime scene technician that whole 20 years?
No,
What'd you do before that?
I was in teletype, which is part of dispatch.
And then how long have you been in the crime scene unit?
17 years.
And what kind of training do you get to become a crime scene technician?
I went to St. Pete College and for crime scene specifically.
And then once you join the unit, do you have any on-the-job training?
Yes.
Carla, Melissa McCarthy for who?
And do you continue to
We've had Melissa McCarthy for
receive
the
training
DA.
if methods change or new science evolves?
Yes.
Pogler.
I want to draw your attention to September 27th, 2020.
I could see it.
Working that day.
Pair her with Tina Fey there from
in
the
the same
previous
capacity.
witness.
Yes.
And were you called out to a scene at 11331 White Rock?
I bet she's lots of fun at
Yes.
parties. I'm
And
sure, Katie.
what time did you arrive there?
Approximately, I got called at 1937 hours. And I think I arrived about 28 hours approximately.
Okay, so just because I don't math. 7:37 p.m.
Yes.
And then you got there at
There
8:28.
we go.
Okay,
Good.
thank you.
No attorneys can
And
math.
was law enforcement already on scene?
Yes.
And how do you get called out to a scene?
It was a Sunday night and I was on call. Person,
And where's
Sergeant
that?
Moss was the
Legally
one who
read?
actually called me out that night.
Where's the best
And when you
place for
arrived there,
nails?
without telling me what they say, did you speak to law enforcement to get an idea of what had happened?
Yes.
And what is your task there on scene at White Rock Terrace?
Once I arrive and wait for the search warrant to arrive, I can only take photographs of the outside of the residence on on the street of where the crime scene tape was.
Well,
And then when the search
yeah,
warrant
I can see that.
arrived, I was able to enter the residence.
And prior to entering 11331, did you go next door to the neighbor's house?
Yes.
And why'd you go over there?
There was a firearm that I needed to collect.
And tell me about that. Where was the firearm?
When I arrived, Detective Ackerman was outside the residence with the firearm, which was in a paper bag.
And was it secured, I guess? Is that?
He secured it, yes.
And what type of firearm was it?
It was a Springfield 45 caliber.
And when you got there, had it already been unloaded or was it still?
It was still, the magazine was still loaded.
And it did in fact have bullets in it?
It had 1 in the chamber and 3 in the magazine.
And what type of ammo was in the firearm, if you recall?
45 caliber and Hornady, I believe.
And once you collect the gun, what do you do with it?
That's right.
On
attorney,
scene
I'm
that
proud
night,
of
I
it.
secured it in my van.
I
locked my
am
van.
challenged. I
Attorney
am
approach.
math
Yes.
challenged.
Ms. Conlon, I'm first going to show you states 31, 32, and 33. Will you take a look at those and tell me if you recognize them?
Yes, I recognize them.
And how you recognize them?
Those are my photographs that I took of the gun that was next door.
And do they appear to fairly and accurately depict it as you found it on September 27th, 2020?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask to enter 30 through 31, 32, and 33.
Any objection?
No.
Received?
Thank you. And may I publish them?
Yes.
It's just because he makes so
Ms.
much
Conlon,
money.
There's a pointer there. I don't think you'll
Eventually you
need
get
at this
good at
point,
it.
but if you do, I'm going to show you
make-
first states
Make the
31.
make the mic dollars.
What's the purpose of this picture?
Then you get
That
good
is
at
the
math.
next door neighbor's house. So I'm showing the address.
And I'll show you states 32. Is that how you found the firearm that day or that evening?
Yes.
And are those potentially Detective Ackerman's feet there?
Yes.
Okay. And is this the front porch of that same address?
Yes.
And then states 33.
That's the firearm.
And the slide is back in this firearm, in this picture. Was that done by the detective prior to you getting it from him?
Yes.
Thank you. I can't get it to close. And Ms. Conlon, I left an item there with you. It is states 13. Would you take a look at this item and tell me if you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize it?
It's the box that I packaged the gun in, and it's got the information on this side of it.
And your information from when you packaged it?
Yes.
Okay. And did you look inside? It's open. Yep.
Yes.
Does it appear to be in the same or substantially same condition as when you packed it back in September of 2020?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask to enter and publish states 13.
Received?
Thank you. Would it be okay if the deputy just walked it in front of
I think, yes, I would prefer that.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Deputy. After you collected the gun, I think I got ahead of myself earlier. At some point, do you enter 11331 White Rock Terrace?
Yes.
Okay. And what is your, what do you do when you are processing this scene? You said you'd already taken outside photos?
Yes.
And so what's the next step?
I start to take photos into the inside, and I entered through the garage door, which was open. I entered then into a hallway where there was a laundry room on the left side of me. And then as I continued down the hallway, there was 2 bedrooms on my left side. And then there was a bathroom at the very end of this hallway.
And so do you document the entire inside of the house before there's any searches or evidence collected?
Yes.
And is that what you did in this case?
Yes.
Ms. Conlon, I'm going to show you states 34 through 82. It'll take you a minute, but if you'll go through each of those and let me know when you're done.
Really? Blake Lively? I don't know. I still think I'm still going with Katie Holmes.
You looked at them all?
Yes,
And do you recognize states 34 through 82?
I do.
And how do you recognize them?
Those are the photographs I took that night.
And do they appear to fairly depict the home as it was, documented it, and then collected evidence back?
Yes.
And I'm also going to show you state 16. It's laying there. You kind of were describing the layout.
Mhm.
Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
It's the residence.
And does it depict the portion of the residence we are going to discuss this afternoon?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would ask to enter states 16 and states 34 through 82.
Any objection? They'll all be received.
Thank you, Your Honor. And may I publish?
Yes, ma'am.
And Ms. Conlon, would that sketch, if I had blown it up, assist you in describing the house as we walk through it?
Yes.
And can you take a look at this blow up and tell me if it is an accurate depiction of state 16?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Taylor, feel free to reposition yourself as you need to get a clear view of what's going on.
Perfect. Thank you, sir. Okay, Ms. Conlon, we're gonna, you have a pointer there. So we're gonna kind of walk through this house, through your pictures and this
Good.
sketch if you don't mind. Okay, so you said you entered through the garage. Will you just point out for the jury where that is in this
Right
picture? Or the sketch, sorry.
Right there.
Okay.
There's the garage.
And then you already said you went in through a laundry room. So if you just kind of point to where you walked through.
And I walked through here.
And I'm gonna steal those pictures. I'm gonna start with states 34. What is this picture?
This is the driveway of the residence.
And this is the 1331, right?
Correct.
Okay. And that's a U-Haul truck.
Correct.
Okay. And then this is states 35. What is this?
This is still the driveway, and this is one of the storage pods and the U-Haul.
And then you said you went in through the garage.
Correct.
This is states 36. Where are you standing in this photo? When you take this photo, sorry.
I'm standing entranceway of the garage.
And then states 37. What do we see here?
Still the garage.
And what is that doorway that's depicted in the middle of states 37?
So that's the hallway. And then once I enter that hallway, the laundry room's right there on the left-hand side.
And states 38, is this laundry room you were just discussing?
Yes.
And then once you go through the laundry room, what's the first thing you encounter?
Past the laundry room, there's a bedroom, which is right here.
Did you enter that bedroom and document it with a photo?
Yes, I did.
And that's states 39. Is this that bedroom that on the sketch is labeled child's bedroom?
Yes.
And were there things in this bedroom that indicated to you that potentially a child lived in that bedroom?
Yes.
Such as?
There was a small mattress and there were some items in the closet.
Now, after you went in there, where's the next area you go?
I'm continuing down the hallway and there's the second bedroom.
And we're going to come back to that one. Eventually, do you go through into the living room area?
Yes. So once I get to the end of the hallway, then I start my photos around here in the kitchen.
And this is states 40. What area are we looking at here?
You're in the living room right now.
And this, we're going to have dueling laser pointers. This here, what door is that?
That's the front door.
Okay. So that's on the right side of this picture.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And then here, is that the same front door on the left side of this picture states 41?
Yes.
Okay. And what are you depicting here?
The dining room.
And then in states 42, where are you standing now when you take states 42?
So I'm standing in the living room and I'm closest to the kitchen, like right in this area.
Thank you. And did you document the kitchen?
Yes.
Okay. And where is this is this a pantry in states 43?
Yes.
Okay. And where is it?
It's right there.
And then this is this sketch is only the part of the house that we're going to talk about today. Is that right?
Correct.
Where is there something past the kitchen and those bathrooms there?
Oh,
yes,
gosh.
There's a master bedroom.
What did we say? John Goodman?
And
I
did
think
you
is what people said.
go back and document
Can't
that
remember.
room?
I did.
Did you find anything of evidence in that room?
No, I didn't.
Thank you. Once you've walked through the whole home and you said you had gone into that bedroom we called Miss Benefield's bedroom on the sketch, do you also document any evidence that you find?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you states 44. Can you tell us what we're seeing here and then show us where this would be on that sketch?
So that's blood, and that's the entranceway of this bedroom right here. So it would be going this way.
And just to be clear,
Ew.
the wood part would be the bedroom and the tile would be the hallway.
Correct.
And then is this the same entranceway from a different angle?
Yes.
Legally read, usually
Were you
depends on the
made
jurisdiction.
aware of what that smear
Jury
was from or
6
that blood mark?
Would probably, I
Yes.
would
And
think,
what
tend
was
to be a
It
misdemeanor,
was
but we don't have
from the
misdemeanor
victim
jury
being
trials
dragged
here.
out to be worked on.
Jury
And did
12
it go
would be
all the
felony.
way? Did it start in that bedroom?
Yes.
And where
Or
did it end?
anything less than 12
It
also could be a
ended,
civil.
At the front door.
And I'll show you states 46. I think it's a little more clear, but this is the bedroom.
Correct.
Thank you. And then what bedroom is this?
This is once again the same bedroom.
And this is 47. And we'll call this Miss Benefield's bedroom if that's okay with you.
Okay.
And so what are we looking at here?
I've started to take my photographs like in a 360 inside the bedroom. So I'm documenting right now the blood that's right there in the middle.
And I'm just gonna, can you just kind of mark it on there? Circle it, I guess. There you go.
Yeah.
Thank you. And that states 47. Oh. The state's 48. There's some, would you call them bifold doors there?
Yes,
And what is that we're looking at the base of?
that's the closet.
And then this is states 49. Is that the same closet?
Yes.
Thank you. And then you said you did a 360 view. Does that mean you take pictures of the whole room?
Yes, corner to corner as best I can.
Thank you. And this is states 50. What are you documenting here?
Once again, the room, I'm just standing at a different corner, and then I'm starting to focus in on the casings that are in the room.
And after you've gone through these pictures, do you later mark items of evidence in a certain way?
Yes.
And how do you, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yes, I'll come back and place evidence markers down by anything that I think is evidence.
And did you do that in this room?
I did.
I'm going to show you states 51. This is the same bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. So what markers do we see here?
You're seeing 1 through 6.
And do you then also kind of zoom in or get closer pictures of what each item you're documenting?
Yes.
And so we'll start with, this is states 52. That's that same broom we've been seeing, right?
Yes.
Okay. And in states 51, we can see that next to the broom is marker number 1.
Yes.
Okay. So it's just kind of hidden in this picture. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So if I'm capable, I'm going to try to zoom in. What are you documenting in state 1?
I'm starting to get close-ups of the evidence markers and the casings that are next to them.
And so at states 1, I'm sorry, at markers 1, 2, and 3 here in states 52, what are those 3 items?
They're casings.
This computer is killing me. And then in states 53, where are you standing now?
Now my back is towards the wall, so I'd be right in front of evidence markers 1, 2, and 3.
And we see 4 and 6. What other markers do we see that we have not seen before in this picture?
So 4 and 6 and 5. 5 is in the corner.
And then is that white sticker on the wall a marker also?
Yes, that's 7 is.
And states 54 accomplishes what I tried to accomplish a moment ago. These are the closer up pictures of 1, 2, and 3.
Correct.
Okay. And did you collect those 3 casings?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been pre-marked as states 4, 5, and 6. Will you take a look at those 3 items and tell me if you recognize them?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize them?
They've got my ID, my last name, my seal.
And do they, other than having been repackaged for trial purposes, do states 4, 5, and 6 appear in the same or substantially the same condition as when you packaged them?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would ask to enter 4, 5, and 6.
Any objection to states 4, 5, and 6? Received.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now we're at states picture 55. What are you depicting here?
Pardon me.
So there's a casing there, but also a close-up of the blood.
And did you collect that casing?
I did.
Same question on state 7. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize it?
My last name, my ID.
Repackaged, does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you packaged it?
It does.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask to enter state 7.
Any objection to states 7?
No, sir.
Received.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Judge, could we just publish by having these casings passed, these 4 casings passed?
You see them?
Yes, sir. You want-
No, I just need, just hold them up. Yes, you may pass those.
Thank you.
Quit whispering. We can hear you. Welcome, Griggsy. Yes, we are going back to day one. So everyone is up to speed and ready to go on Monday. Some people have homework to do,
You got them all, Deputy?
movies to watch.
All right, ma'am.
Thank you, Judge.
So a lot
I'll show you
going
states
on.
56. We see 1, 2, and 3, which we've already discussed, but also number 5. What were you documenting with tent number 5?
There's a projectile at 5.
And in states 57, is that a close-up of that projectile?
Yes.
And did you collect it?
Yes.
You take a look at states 9 and tell me if you recognize it
I do.
and how you recognize it.
It's my last name, my ID, and my seal.
And other than being repackaged for court purposes, does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it from marker number 5?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask to enter states 9.
No objection.
Received.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now we're looking back out of the same bedroom. Is that correct?
Correct.
This is states 58. And we see a marker we have not seen before in the middle there. Well, a couple. But that first one in the hallway.
Yes, other homework
Also
for everyone
stating-
else.
She can explain.
Thank you. Can you tell me which markers we see in this picture?
So going out into the hallway towards the front door is 13, 14, 15.
And would you point to them if you don't mind with that laser pointer?
Right there, there, and there.
And then on the wall, do we see a marker or is there any other markers besides number 6 and the ones you just discussed?
Number 7,
All right, Griggsy, how
And
was
what
it?
were you documenting with number 7?
a projectile hole.
And this is states 59. Is that the same hole?
Yes.
Thank you. And at some point, did you attempt to determine what happened to the projectile after it went through number 7?
Yes.
And were you able to figure that out?
Yes.
And where did it go?
It ended up in the bathroom's door frame.
And do you have some type of equipment that you use to try to help you in that, to figure out the path of a bullet?
A trajectory rod. Yes.
And did you use that in this case?
I did.
I'm going to show you state 60. And if you could describe for the jury what they're seeing here, please.
So the hole starts at 7 and enters. So that's an entryway. Then this is where it ended up. So the projectile's right there at 11 in the door frame.
Actually,
Thank
Vic's
you.
been about
And did you
3
document
weeks,
the
so that's
path
all
that it took?
thanks
I did.
to all of you.
So that was state 60
thank
if
you.
I didn't state it for
It's
the record.
not me.
This
It's
is
you.
state 61.
Trust me.
So that would be on the other side of 7. So 7's an entry, 8 is an exit. So that's going into the bathroom cabinet underneath the sink.
And if you can, well, I guess, so 7 would be on the opposite side of the wall?
In the bedroom, correct.
Thank you. And then after it left 8, did you determine where it went?
Its path continued through the cabinet door.
And this is state 62. What do we see here?
So now it is entering the cabinet door. So that's what number 9 is labeling.
Thank you. And what's this in states 63?
So that's the same cabinet door. And this is it exiting that cabinet door.
And this is state 64 for perspective. Will you show us, just point to where states, the marker 10 is?
Right there.
10, I'm sorry.
Sorry, 10.
And did you determine the final resting place of this projectile?
I did.
And where was it?
It's at 11 in the door frame.
So this is state 65. What's this?
That is where the projectile ended up.
And state 66, what do we see here?
That is a close-up, and you can actually see the projectile right there.
And did you dig it out of the wall?
I did.
And state 67, what do we see here?
That
Kevin
is-
Pollock
it's been
was
dug
his
out,
name.
So that's just showing that it came out and it's right there.
And did you collect that projectile?
I did.
I'm going to show you state 8.
Kevin
Same
Pollock.
questions. Do you recognize it?
I do.
And how do you recognize it?
My last name, my ID, and my seal.
And other than being repackaged for court purposes, does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you removed it from the wall back in September of 2020?
It does.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask to enter states 8.
No objection.
Received.
I'm going to show you state 68. Can you tell me what you're documenting here?
So that is the blood trail. So I'm now in the living room, dining room area. So that's 14, 15, and 16 are all blood.
And we saw a 14, 15, and 16 in a previous picture. Are these the same ones?
Yes.
You only use each number once.
Correct.
Thank you. And this door, what is the door in the middle of this picture?
That's the front door.
And then state 69, what do we see here?
So I continued outside because there was more blood outside. So that is right in the front entrance outside the front door. So it would be right in this area. So that's 17 and 18 with blood.
Thank you. And when you said this area, you pointed, but I didn't see. Would you mind?
Right in this area.
Thank you. Did you locate any other projectiles in the home?
I did.
And where was it? Where was it, one or more?
It's one more, just one more.
And where was it?
It's in the living room.
And did you document that with photos?
I did.
I'm gonna show you state 70. What do we see here? And if you could just show us on that sketch where we're looking.
So this is the living room and it's right by the front door. So it's and this is the front door. So it's right here in this area. Because there's the window. So it's right there.
Thank you. And what is this item in state 71, if you know?
I thought it was some kind of shelving.
And what are you documenting in this photo?
The path that the projectile took.
And can you just point to the jury what you used?
Right there, there, and there's the projectile hole.
Thank you. And this is state 72. Is this the projectile you just told us about?
It is.
And did you remove it from the wall?
I did.
And you collected it?
I did.
I'll show you states 10. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize it?
My last name, my ID, and my seal.
And does, other than repackaged for trial purposes, is this edition? Your Honor, the
Received.
pass 8, 9.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, State.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Conlon, did you find any firearms in this home?
I did.
And I want to show you States 49. We previously viewed it. What do we see here in 49?
The backpack that's in the closet.
And did you search that backpack?
I did.
And did you document that search?
I did.
And so this is State 73. Is that the same backpack?
Yes.
And what did you find inside that backpack?
A firearm.
Did you find anything to indicate to you whose backpack it was?
There was a driver's license.
And this is State 74. Is this the driver's license you found in the backpack?
Yes.
And would you mind telling me the name on it?
Ashley Benefield.
Thank you. And what do we see here in State 75?
That's the firearm.
And then at some point later, once you collected it, did you lay it out and document it?
I did.
I'm going to show you State 76. And let me ask you first, what kind of firearm was it?
It was a Sig Sauer 380.
And in State 76, is that the same firearm?
Yes.
I can zoom in if you, maybe. To be sure, or give you the other picture. Is that the Sig Sauer?
It is.
Thank you. And I'm going to show you States 43. We saw this picture. This is in the kitchen?
Yes.
Okay. And did you find anything of evidentiary value in that pantry?
Yes.
And what was it?
A firearm.
And can we see it here in this picture?
You can't see it, but it's where the Jiffy peanut butter is. There's a basket, and it's in that basket.
And so now, sorry. State 77. Is that the same Jiffy or Jif?
Yeah.
Okay. And 78.
The basket's been taken down to a lower shelf, and then the firearms in there.
And did you also later document this firearm on some brown paper?
I did.
And in State 79, is that what we see?
Yes.
And what kind of firearm was that?
It was a Springfield 9mm.
Thank you. Did you collect, and I'm sorry, let's go back to the SIG that was in the closet. Was it loaded?
It was.
And you said that was a 380?
Oh, yes.
And the one that this one we're looking at here, was it loaded?
Yes.
And in this picture, can you tell us what all we see in this picture?
It's been secured. So if the slide is back, this is the magazine. So there was 1 in the chamber and then 9 in the magazine.
And they're still in the magazine at this point?
Correct.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Colleen. Are you going to power rank the peanut
And I know
butters
you
for
already
us?
said 9mm?
Yes.
Thank you. Just don't want to get them confused. Did you collect any other items of evidence from the what were they?
2 cell phones were collected.
And I'm going to show you States 80. What is this item?
That is a cell phone which was on the living room couch.
And you collected it?
I did.
Yeah, go for it, Carla.
Your name, person, clerk.
Yes.
Let's hear your top 3 peanut butters. No peanut butter in Germany? Ach du lieber. It's time to move, I think.
Ms. Conlon, I'm showing you States 11. Can you take a look at that and tell me if you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And is that the
Yeah,
phone
but in
we
which
see
order, Colleen?
I'm sorry,
Which
what is it?
order?
It is the cell phone that's on the couch.
And how do you recognize it?
It's the same color, everything.
And is it documented with the number and the time of this case?
Yes.
And other than possibly some paperwork being added, does it appear to be the same or substantially the same condition?
Yes.
The state would ask to enter States 11.
No objection.
Received.
Thank you. And how many phones
Wait, what
did you
is
collect?
Teddy peanut butter? I've never
2.
heard of Teddy
And
peanut
where was
butter.
the second phone?
In the garage.
One.
Smucker's Natural.
So
Jif.
it's a shelf. So
and
it's right
Skippy.
outside.
All right. All right.
Going back to the
I'll
garage.
go along with that.
So it's a shelf that's right here at the entryway into the house. So there was a shelf area.
And is that same phone depicted in states 82?
Yes.
And I'm showing you states 12. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
The case number, what kind of phone it was, and the date that the
Because
occurred.
Smith's
Thank you. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
existed out west.
Does it appear to be in the same or substantially in the
prior
same condition as
to
when you collected it back in September of
Kroger's
2020?
expansion.
does.
Your Honor,
Kroger
the
bought
state would ask to enter
Smith's
states
and just
12.
kept the brand name.
No objection.
Received.
That's why.
Once you collected these phones,
But
what
all
did
the
you do with
house
them?
brand stuff at Smith's is
Everything was
labeled
secured back in the lab
Kroger.
once I cleared the scene, but these 2 phones were assigned over to a detective so they can be searched.
And what detective was that?
Ski, Blazinski,
Thank you. His last name?
Plazinski.
Thank you.
You just call him Ski.
Other than after what we've just gone through from September 27th,
Okay, so fine.
were you
Got your
later asked
ranking
to
on
do
peanut
something
butter.
else in this case?
Yes.
Teddy all natural.
And
peanut
when was
butter.
that?
That was on October 1st.
Well, that sounds
And
like
what were you asked to do?
fancy
To
pants.
photograph Ashley Benefield
Northeast New
And,
England
did you
type
do that?
I
peanut
did.
butter.
And where did that take place?
in our CID.
And I'm going to show you.
Oh
states
yes, that
83,
brings me to my next
84,
question.
85. You haven't seen these today.
Creamy or crunchy?
Yes.
People usually have
And
strong
how do you
opinions on
recognize
this.
Them.
They're the photos I took of Ashley.
And do they appear, or do they fairly and accurately depict how she appeared to you back in October 1st, 2020?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, state would ask to enter and publish 83, 84, and 85.
No objection.
Received.
And what was the purpose of taking pictures of her?
So this was after the night that everything occurred. And I know Megan took pictures of her that night, but sometimes bruising does not show up for a couple days. So that was why I went back to take pictures of her.
And did you observe any injuries on her body?
There were scratches. Yes.
I'm going to show you states 83. What's the purpose of this photo?
It's just to show
Really,
who I'm taking a
Golden? You like
picture of.
crunchy?
And did you observe any
Creamy,
injuries to Miss
creamy.
Benefield's
Yes,
face
I'm a
or neck?
creamy guy.
I did not.
And then states 84.
Oh yes, forgot about Peter
So that's
Pan.
the scratches.
Justin's.
And just
I'm
for
familiar with
orientation purposes, that's the
Justin's.
right side of her body.
Yes.
Thank you.
Whoa, what are we looking at there?
And states 85.
The scratch in her back.
And for orientation purposes, what side of her body would that be?
Actually, I'm sorry, it's not her back. It's hold on, I can see this real quick. I believe it's right under her bra line.
It's been cropped quite down.
Yeah. So it's the right side of her body.
Thank you. And were you asked to conduct any further investigation in this case?
No.
Your Honor, may I have just a moment with co-counsel?
So what you did there, Kathy?
Thank you, Ms. Conlon. I don't have any other questions.
Wow, you are quite brand loyal there, Katie. I am impressed. Creamy Basho. Wait, what is that, Daniela? Pindakas? I don't know.
All right, Mr. Taylor, do you need any of the displays?
I'd like to just take a moment, Your Honor, and look through the pictures.
Yes, welcome. Welcome, Julia. Hopefully you're all up to date. Wow. That's how you scream your kids' dates? Creamy or crunchy? Well, you do well with Golden Girl in your family. Hi, Kathy.
You break it, you buy it.
Oh, hey, look, we had a little bit of levity in the trial. All right, Kathy. Well, thanks for popping in, and I'm just going to go back to lurking. Definitely without. Sorry, Mama She, you are wrong.
So, Mr. Taylor, would you like me to leave that on, or would you like me to get that out of your way?
You can pull it up.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Golden, that explains so much.
You took more
You have
pictures
no idea.
on that day than were
Explains a lot of
actually
things.
introduced here this afternoon.
Correct.
All right. Let me pass this one to you.
Yes, without.
And see if
Without.
it's one of the photographs that you took.
Just pick them out, Kel Marie, without.
There you are.
Yes, even better. But with chocolate chunks.
Yes, I did take this photograph.
Yes, Julia, smooth peanut butter all the way.
State chose not to offer that to you, so I'd like you to identify it for us.
It is Ashley. I'm assuming it's her maiden name, Byers. It is her, and it's
You
her
like
concealed
nuts.
weapons firearm license.
There's a D's nuts joke
And
to
is
be
it
had in
an
there
accurate
somewhere, but I'm
reproduction, just like all the
I'm
other
getting tired.
photographs that
I
you
gotta be
took
honest.
on that day.
Yes.
Respectfully introduce it.
Oh, look who came out of lurking retirement there. Oh yeah, I'm a middle person. I'm not. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'll eat the edges.
want-
but I prefer the middle
Has that already been marked?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
without nuts.
We pre-marked all of them.
thank you.
Wanted that you said couch that you recovered. Let me just try to refresh your recollection.
Did you mean besides black licorice,
Yes.
Kel Marie?
Yes.
Besides black licorice, I'm assuming.
Yes, it was originally in the couch, and then it was removed and put on top to take the photograph.
The crime scene photographs that you took, I want to make sure we understand. You went in there and took these photographs and processed it after the deputies and EMS were in there.
Correct.
So what your photographs tell us, correct me if I'm wrong, is that that's the way the scene appeared at the time you took the photograph.
Look,
Correct.
I don't hate
It's
black
not
licorice.
necessarily
it's not my
the way
favorite,
the
but
scene was prior to the time you snapped
being
your
more of a
photograph.
provocateur than anything.
So in other
else.
words, broom, just as an example,
Well, how do
that
you-
was in
what?
one of the photographs.
Golden,
That
how do you
broom
hate
may
jelly
very
beans?
well have been knocked aside when the deputies were working on Mr. Benefield.
How do you hate jelly? Do you hate
Yes, that's possible.
puppies and Christmas
that could
too?
apply to the shell casings as well when the EMS people dragged Mr. Benefield out of the bedroom.
Correct.
You would have no way of knowing.
Correct.
All your photographs tell us is how things looked when you took the photograph.
Correct.
the blood marks from the bedroom all the way out to the front door, once again, is the scene after the EMS went through there along with the deputies.
Correct.
The last thing I want to ask you is, you did, to my knowledge, 2 separate reports. Is that correct?
I believe it was one. If you would show me what you're looking at.
Sure. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
So these are my property receipts.
Yes, okay.
So that would be separate from the original written report.
Okay, but these are reports that you did.
Correct, yes.
And one of them, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm sorry, is it Deputy Conlon or?
No, I'm a.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but one of the dates of the report is on the day of the incident, 9/27/20.
Correct.
Okay, and the second one.
Wow, so much
is
hate for
on
black
October
licorice.
20.
What is going on?
Yes.
And on both of these reports, Ms. Conlon, you, under type of case, noted as a homicide.
Correct.
When you're photographing this scene and executing your duties, all you know.
Thank you, Daniela.
In there.
It's
Correct.
fine.
You don't know whether or not it was a crime.
It's not the
I
best,
do
but
not
it certainly
know.
doesn't deserve the
That's why
hate
you
that
call
it
it a
gets.
homicide.
Correct.
If you knew it was a crime, you'd call it a murder.
Correct.
Nothing further.
Redirect.
Sorry, Judge, just one second. I don't have anything else, Judge. Thank you.
No? All right. Hold on one second. Can she be released? Can she be released from her subpoena?
No, we'd like to keep her under subpoena, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Conlon,
and
you were
Your
not
Honor, I
released
would
from your
like-
trial.
I'm sorry. I'll let you finish.
You were not released from your trial subpoena. The rule of sequestration has been invoked, so that means you cannot discuss your testimony here today with anyone outside this courtroom, including the attorneys. You can't talk about it with any other witnesses. You can't talk with witnesses about what they testified about or what questions were asked of them. All right, so remain available.
Yes.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Your Honor, can we publish defense exhibit
That-
2, please?
Wait,
Absolutely, yes.
that too.
Yes.
That's the report. Yeah, that was his,
That's yours.
yes.
All right. And we'll publish 2. And Ms. Conlon, there's a lot of stuff flying around. Just look through your file, make sure that.
That I did not.
Yeah. Everything's yours?
Yes.
All right, ma'am. You're free to go for now. Be available if they need you again.
Yes.
Thank you.
Judge, can we approach?
Yes, while they're looking at defense 2, go ahead and approach.
Hmm. All right. Should we be efficient here? While she listens to her smooth jazz. Do they have one more? All right. We are done. We are done with day 1. We are done with day 1, and I need to go to the grocery store and pick up some black licorice just to eat it on the live stream, just to gross everybody out. Anyway, thank you. I think hopefully this gets a lot of this falls into place. And what have we learned today? I know I couldn't tell you. I couldn't even tell you. So, thanks for joining the stream, and we will be here bright and early. Oh, I think I'll have to look and see. I might do another stream of the first part of day 2 because I missed the attorney's testimony. So I might be doing that probably tomorrow because I got stuff to do, man. Anyway, so yes, and avocado. Thank you, Carla. I need to get my shopping list down there. So anyway, thank you for joining and thank you for staying in here. And I hope, man, I'm excited. I want to get a verdict here next week. Probably, I don't know, maybe Monday or Tuesday we might have a verdict. But anyway, thank you again. Thanks for being awesome in the chat. Thanks for all the power rankings, whatever we even piled on movies and crazy things we did. So thank you, and we will do it again real soon. Thank you, everybody. Mwah. Goodbye.